Hello, YouTube. It's me, Bug Boy. I think we started now. Hello, YouTube. It's me, Bug Boy. Let's get this started, shall we? We have some Shining Force to play. Alright, let me get the game loaded. Let's say Mega Drive. Play. Simple launcher. Load game. Quick load. Here we go. Then cool. Alright, so here we are. Now I will go ahead and send out the stream thing to all the people involved. Alright, so I have that one doesn't have one. They don't want you to. Let's close my stream promo here. Stream promo. Mount Alexandria knows. Help promotion. Alright. There, I got everything out for everyone. Okay, cool. I just noticed. Made it slightly smaller. There we go. Oops. Click away. Okay, yeah, now it's more proper. Okay. Let's get started. So we're back. As you saw in the end of the last one, my save file got wiped out. Or rather, and you saw at the end of the last Tuesday, my save file got wiped out because I couldn't do the save function. It crashed. So instead, I'm having to do quick save and quick load. As you can see, quick load works, and I can just quick save at any time. And if I, for example, moved over here, do quick load, there we go. So this is how I'm going to be saving and loading the game from now on, rather than using the in-game save, because Sega Master System likes to crash when you use the in-game save. when you're exiting full screen, specifically. So for anyone who wants to play this at home, there's a little tip. Use the quick save and quick load. For me, quick save is F5 and quick load is F9. That's me doing that, by the way. But yeah, for anyone at home who actually wants to play this game, I suggest all of you play it because it's really freaking good. But for anyone at home who does want to, there you go. There's what you want to know. Alright. So, because I lost all of my progress, I did a Variety Friday stream of this game, which you'll see. And as you can probably see, our team is a bit stronger than we were last time, because this time I actually stuck to my rules. And this is the team that comes out when you, one, repeat a battle if you level up, or two, repeat a battle if someone dies. This is what our team currently looks like. So, yeah. Also, I just realized you have a wooden staff and a wooden arrow. You don't need those things. Go ahead and pass one of those off. Let's say you have at least one open item slot. Hey, Tal, take the staff. How many items does Hans have? One. Hey, Hans, take the... I didn't mean to click that. Take the wooden arrow, please. Thank you. Okay. So yeah. Anyway, we've already checked the bars. And we got Chris in our party now, and we're about to go into another battle to get revenge on the King and Dark Soul. To get revenge on not Dark Soul. Get revenge on Cain for locking us up in here, and try to snap the King out of their stupor that Guardiana forced. Not Guardiana. That Runefist force them into. Yes. Alright, let's do this. We have another battle ahead of us. So, the rule is the same. Oh, it didn't replay the cutscene. Okay, there was a cutscene that happened here, but it didn't replay it. Okay, so basically to tell you what happened, since I couldn't get the cutscene trigger again, Cain was standing here, and you finally managed to escape, did you? And then a couple of other things, and then a general walked, one of these guys walked over here and said, "Sir, Dark Soul is requesting your presence." He says, "Fine. I trust that my forces will be able to take you out," and he had to leave because Dark Soul was summoning him. Who Dark Soul is, we don't know, but based off the intro to the game, it's probably whoever that evil Lord character is, the Dark Lord who returned in 1,000 years, because guess what? That guy didn't look like Cain. So I'm thinking Cain is not the big bad guy. But yeah, now we gotta deal with all these guys, which this introduces enemy archers, as well as enemy spellcasters we now have to worry about. And then a bunch more knights. But it's not just those guys. There's also a bunch more bats. Lovely, there's no more annoying bats. And there's 4 dwarves down here. By the way, if you try to get these chests, they have the same contents as they do in the overworld, meaning that if you've already looted them in the overworld, they will be empty. So don't try to get those because there's no point. Also, this is the only section of the map we can actually do. Also, same with that chest over there. Yeah, as you see, we're limited a bit on how much of the actual space we can do. And we can't even access the chest that's up here. Yeah. So, those are the new rules. Sorry, those are the rules I set up before, and I'm going to do again. If we level up in the battle, we have to restart. If we die, we have to restart. And people call this power leveling, but personally, it's giving everyone a fair shake. And actually leveling people up so that their full powers can be shown. They're not just running with whoever's fast. Also, if we get a new team member and there's not enough room on the team, we have to swap out whoever the strongest team member is with the new team member. So, as we get new people, we're going to be swapping in them and swapping out our strongest people. So, yeah, over time, we're just going to be stuck with a lot of really interesting characters. The only exception I'm going to make for this is the final battle, in which case the final battle will just be me able to pick whoever I want to. Yeah. Which one are you equipped with currently? Go ahead and equip that one. But yeah, so I guess I should mention that. So she's equipped with a bronze lance and a spear. The bronze lance is stronger, but the spear has a range of 2. That's the reason why there's both. And Ken has the same thing, has a bronze lance and a spear. Because I bought the spear back in the first town, and we got the bronze lance as a reward from a chest. Sometimes enemies move at you, and then sometimes they also have predetermined paths they move on, which is what you're seeing here. These are mostly predetermined as to where they go. Because they have like a final position they try to get to, and after that they'll just wait for you to get close and then move towards you. But if you get close enough to them before they get to that final position, they might just move towards you anyway. It depends. Right now it's just a lot of moving upwards. You could divert forces off to the right to try and sweep in around the right and get... but I'd rather just charge directly through the horsemen and let the dwarves try to catch up to us. So yeah, that's generally what I'm doing right now. As I mentioned, I forget if it was the Friday one or the previous Tuesday one, but there was the Game Genie back for the Game Boy, not the Game Boy, back for the Sega Genesis. And it was a device that I had as a kid. It was really cool, and I only owned it a lot later into my childhood, so like when I was 13, 14. So the majority of my time spent playing this game is playing it just normally, going through everything. But also, hey, our first attack. But I did also mess around for quite a few years with the actual Game Genie device. Hey, we actually hit. Cool. And there's a couple of codes you can do, but the two notable ones for me is the Walk Through Walls code and the Level Up Anywhere code, quote unquote, as it is called. That one's interesting because anytime you enter a battle or have a cutscene happen for your character of some kind, even if it's like using an item or whatever, you will automatically level up. So basically, you'll just gain a level every time anything effectively happens to your character in battle. Whether you use an item, or get into a fight, or get hit, or hit an enemy, or whatever. Even if it's a situation that normally wouldn't earn you experience points, it will level you up. So yeah, it only does this in battle. It doesn't do it outside battle. So that's a very interesting code, because that can allow you to get really high levels really fast. However, there is also kind of a small downside of that code, and that's the fact that it can break the level cap, which if you're not careful can let you get so high of a level that it wraps back around and makes you level 0 again, which can be a problem because I believe your stats go back down when that happens too. So that's kind of funny. But that's mostly if you try to do like really high levels while unpromoted, because the unpromoted cap is 20. max leveled up, so we need to restart this battle. I will go ahead and defeat most of the enemies, though, before we do so. See, right there, I would have, even though I didn't gain any experience, I would have gained a level right there if I had that code on. So that's interesting. And right there, I would have gained another level. Etc., etc., etc. That's continually being very hard to hit. But yeah. And the reason why I'm doing it this way is just to oh, I thought Luke was hurt. Wait, was it Ken that was hurt? Yeah, Ken was hurt. That's what it was. Okay, well, I have no ability to actually heal Ken. I'm just gonna kind of have you here. For some reason, I thought Bork might have gained 1 HP. As long as you heal at least 1 HP, you'll get 10 experience from healing. So it doesn't matter how much healing that you actually do for a character, as long as it heals at least 1 point, it's worth it, just because it gets you 10 experience. Also, you're going to move up here, because that way you can blaze both of them. And then to juice your target at a singular bat. That's pretty nice. Also, this is a good way for us to gain money, so we can get actually a good amount of money. Okay, so... what's the odds that I'll just kill you by running up and punching it? Would I rather do that or heal you? I'd rather just run up. Face. Punch you in the face. Monk, go! Punch him in the face. Let's go! Nice. That's a kill. Good job, Gong. Alright. Oh wait, I can attack from here. Yeah. Kill him, Hans. Come on, you can do it. Yeah. That's a good job. Good job, Hans. So I don't have many people have to gang up on that bat though, just to make sure it dies. And there's another one. Right there immediately. Oh, we suffered another damage. Oh. Keep smacking him. 11 damage, it's quite a bit. Too bad you don't have 2 range on your heal. Seems you only know cure wounds and not healing word. That bat had to sit there and think for a bit. That's the reason why it took a while for it to know what to do, is that's actually the AI thinking for a bit. The AI is not very intelligent, but sometimes it will just kind of sit there and think for a few moments before it acts. And that's actually the AI legitimately thinking, by the way, in terms of, like, its decision-making. Because keep in mind, this is a Genesis game, so back in the day, it couldn't decision-make all that quickly. Oh, also, right, I forgot that I need to heal Ken. It couldn't decision-make all that quickly, but it can do it. So it takes a little bit sometimes, but it needs to think about decisions. Okay, it's not the smartest in the world, and a lot of the AI in this game have pretty much set patterns. I can't, okay. That's to make sure that I couldn't actually reach you. I'll just put you over here. Hopefully, you can get into that sorcerer and just get a nice little juicy triple hit. I would advise not splitting your force when it comes to this specific mission. You could split your force and have half go up here and half go up the right, but I'd advise against it just because it doesn't get you much benefit, and honestly, the enemies will end up coming to you. And the half that you leave behind will be harder. Basically, it won't work as well. Okay, go heal Max. Unlike the other healers, Gong actually has a good amount of attack power right now. So, for him, fighting someone is not nearly a last resort. Whereas for the other healers, you only really punch someone if you either one, don't have healing target, or two, don't have any magic to heal with. In which case, all you can really do is just walk up, punch someone, and be a meat shield at that point. Ah. Luke, don't take that Rune Knight. Chop! His nice middle sword. So, one cool thing about this game is that weapons actually are properly reflected a lot of the time. In terms of, if you're using a sword, it will actually show a sword in your hand. Or if you're using an axe, it will actually show an axe in your hand. It might not be an exact match for the actual sword or axe that you're using, but it at least makes sure to show an axe or a sword in your hand. It shows a proper weapon of the given type, which is nice. And usually if there's like drastic differences, or if a sword is like unique, or there's drastic differences, it will actually show a different sprite. For example, there's like 7 different sword sprites for Luke's hand right there. For different swords in the game. So, realistically speaking, there could be a multitude of different things, as opposed to something like Fire Emblem, where if your character has a sword, regardless of what the sword is, it always looks the same in the character's hand. This game's very much not that way. This game very much just, it tries to put unique swords for each, it tries to put unique weapons for each type of weapon in people's hands. It doubles up sometimes, but usually that's only when it's like, when it's either one, probably a weapon not being used, or two, when they just couldn't come up with something different, or they didn't make it because of time constraints. You know, I figure not everyone has a weapon simply because of data and time constraints, I'd assume. That's my assumption, though. I don't honestly know the full reason why, that's why I assume. Equip the Bronze Lance, attack. See, that does more damage. That would have only done like 3 or 2 if it had a spear. Welcome, viewer. I just noticed someone is lurking. Okay. Lurkers are workers, bro. Anyway. So, yeah. We are continuing this battle. Good job, Luke. Okay. We already have to repeat this fight, which is okay. But I want to at least kill a bunch of people before I repeat it. Ooh! Critical hit. Okay, he didn't double. Because if he actually doubled there, he might have actually killed May. Would not have been good. It wouldn't have been bad, it just would have cost me some gold. Alright, heal May, please. Alright, Gort, finish him off. Aww, boo. Oh well. Ken, are you hurt? Ah, there you are. Okay. And triple fire. $15 experience. Cool. Alright. Go ahead and finish this night off, May. And she didn't level up with that. Okay. Bringing up the rear. Alright. Kill the sniper, please. Yeah, critical hit. Nice. That would have one-shot the sniper. Hey, and Ken leveled up. Cool. Oh, that's another reason why I do repeat the fight. Do 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 do. This is not one of the songs I memorized enough to be able to hum it. A lot of songs I memorize them to be able to hum them, but this one I cannot. I keep thinking, oh, Ken is hurt in this case. Okay, I was correct about that. Because as long as they have at least 1 HP, you'll gain full experience from healing them. As long as they at least have lost 1 HP. 10 experience points. So it's almost always... Yeah, and see, this is an example of one of the enemies that doesn't move from their position. So he didn't even stop to consider moving down and attacking Ken because he said that he'll always stand here once he's in his final position. So, yeah. Also, his towel hurt. Okay. Oh. Yeah, also, if you want to get this battle done quicker, you could split your forces for that reason, but that's only really if you're super confident in your ability to just not take too many casualties. Which, when I repeat this fight, I'll go ahead and... Oh, hey, the wizard moved up. When I repeat this fight, I'm going to go ahead and show what it's like to assault the left side instead of what it's like to assault the right side. What we did here. Sorry for the late start today, by the way. Basically, I lost track of time as I was doing a D&D session with someone, and I realized I had like 7 minutes until I needed to start recording. But then as I sat down to start recording, I realized that I had to take a shower because I wasn't going to actually... Because I wasn't going to do an entire 6-hour stream with my current cleanliness. So I went ahead and took a shower, and that shower plus getting a glass of water took about a half hour. So I'm starting a half hour later, but that just means I'm going to run for a half hour later as well. It's still going to be 6 hours. I give myself a little bit of breathing room for that reason in terms of stuff I have to do after the stream. Yep. Just moving. It's just moving. The enemies aren't coming towards us, so we just have to move towards them. That bridge is very narrow. As to whether it's better to assault the left side or the right side, it's hard to say. There's merits for both. You have the bronze lance. Okay, yeah. Make sure. Dark Dwarf. He's stabbed in the face. Hey! Got a double, so you just killed it right away. Good job, man. Hey, and you leveled up. Attack level increase, defense increased by 4. Wow. And maximum hit points by 1. But May is getting a lot of defense. Not sure why the mage didn't move there to attack, but whatever. Luke, sneak down the back and attack the mage. 13 points. Experience. And 2 gold. And 2 points. Oh, right. I wanted to use the bronze lance. That's the reason why I did. Why I had to move closer. Right. These early fights are relatively... Most of the fights in this game are relatively simple, actually, now that I think about it. It's only once you start to get to some of the really later chapters that things actually start getting quite difficult. And then we start getting new members taking out our strongest members. That's also when things start to get a bit difficult. Because we start losing the biggest assets on our team. Sorry, I have Spamton's theme stuck in my head from earlier. So if you just hear me randomly humming the Big Shot theme, now you know why. Because I was listening to that earlier and it's stuck in my head. If you're in the server, you've seen me post 2 of it today. 2 different versions of that music. Yeah. Heal Luke, I need to heal you. Alright. Again, I should stop doing that. I forget that you don't have the power spear on you, it's just the bronze lance. And the spear. You, however, have the normal spear equipped currently. Also, wait, are you the lost enemy? I just realized, are you lost enemy? Okay, yeah, I have to not actually kill them, now that I think about it. I almost just did something dumb, because I want to repeat this fight, and I'm killing the lost enemy. That's not good. Thankfully, he can't accidentally kill himself, so... Yeah, don't fight the character. Oh, right. I should remember... Oh, it's already lower. Okay, never mind. Heal. You can hold A to speed up the dialogue. How you see it occasionally moving faster, moving slower. It's whether or not I'm holding A. There we go. Egress. Because 2 different people leveled up. Also, I'm not allowed to promote people until they reach level 20 unpromoted. That's another thing as well. Also, when determining the strongest members of my team, it goes by level, but keep in mind we can't ever swap out Max. So if Max is the highest level person, it'd be whoever it is besides Max. Anyway, we're going to go to the right this time instead of up. Just to show off how different that is. And these guys are going to go to their set positions. Do 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 it's when it gets it's when it gets fast that I can't do it. Now I just have a mixture of this and Spammed Insane going through my head at the same time. It sounds really funny. You want to be a big shot? Once in a lifetime, limited time off. You won't believe the 50% bargain sale on Data Expunge. Okay, I'm gonna stop randomly mentioning things like those. For anyone who actually cares about spoilers for Deltarune, I say spoilers, but it's like, it's been out for a while now, so I'd be surprised if you haven't heard of it yet. Unless you've been purposefully avoiding it, like it was for a while. Burn them! Burninate them! Oh, nice! Deadly attacks. He just took out a Dark Dwarf immediately. Oh! Yeah, text will auto-advance except for level up text, which has a little white arrow that appears, meaning you'll have to actually advance that on your own. But besides that, text will auto-advance if it's not a level up, as you just saw there, because I wasn't holding A. So A is not necessary unless you, yeah. Unless you, want to make it go faster, in which case you can do that to make it go faster. And also, holding A is a good idea, just in case you want to speed through the... Not only make it go faster, but also in case you do level up, then you actually can speed through it. If you want to see your actual level up, then holding A would be a bad idea, because obviously you're going to end up speeding through it. Oh, nice! A double hit. Good job, Gong. Not only did you hit twice, but you hit twice and killed it in one attack. Against a really annoying bat that's hard to hit. That's really nice. I appreciate that. Right, equip your spear and toss it at them. Sure! Wow, I'm getting a lot of good hits from the bats today. They're being kind to me. I am thankful for that. Alright, equip your bronze spear and attack. Ah. Oh, come on. You hit the bat, but you missed the dwarf? What are you doing? Every enemy in the game has an innate chance to dodge, so do your player characters, but it's like the bats have a way higher innate chance to dodge, is the thing. That's so silly. Stop yelling. I had some pretty bad nightmares last night, including one where I saw my own grave. That was creepy. But not only it was like my own, if someone like, it's not only my own grave, but then someone, when I tried leaving the area, tried putting me in it, quote unquote. So that was graphic. And thankfully I woke up before that dream concluded. I can only imagine what the actual ending to that would have been. But yeah. So yeah, I guess the AI in this game is not super great, but hey, it's fun. You know, this game is fun. It's not particularly hard, it's just fun. And I know I'm leveling up way more excessively than I need to for these actual fights. I could be blazing through this game quite a bit quicker if I wanted to. But I don't want to. I want to actually take my time with this game because I quite enjoy it and I'm doing it thorough playthrough. Though, granted, it's not like I'm talking to every single individual NPC or anything. If you want to do that, you can do that in your own time. I know I did that sometimes as a kid, but most of the time I just kind of run through the game. Because I have the majority of the story memorized at this point. As well as how to get pretty much every single character. The only one I don't really remember offhand is how to get Kokaichi, but other than that, I know how to get every character. And usually I can go through the motions to where I just end up getting every character, even if I don't like consciously remember. Muscle memory is usually enough. So yeah. Neck hurts. Oh hey, we killed the bat. Yeah, the bats are being really kind to us today. I am thankful. I think Han's speed just increased by 2. I didn't notice which stat increase. Hans usually doesn't get that many level ups. Rather, it doesn't get that much during a level up. Which, by the way, what you get during a level up is entirely random. Except it's also partially determined by the character's growths. But even then, the growths are just like a % chance. For example, it rolls a number between 1 and 100. It compares that to your growth stat. And if the number rolled is beneath your growth stat in that particular stat, then you gain that stat for level. I believe it does this roll for each individual stat. So you could have it just keep continually roll really low and just get perfect level ups. Or you could have it continually roll high and get next to nothing in terms of stats. It all depends. All the growth stat determines is how likely you are to gain that particular stat. Now, how much a stat gets boosted by when you do get a level up is not randomly determined, and I'm pretty sure it's more determined by I'm not sure exactly how it's determined, but I know it compensates for not boosting that stat before. For example, there are certain characters who get certain stats a lot more than others. Like Mei gets lots of defense, for example. And I think it's based off of what their maximum stat caps are in terms of the maximum they can grow to. and it checking what your current level is compared to what your current stat is and what your maximum in that stat is. And then it adds a amount proportional to how much the game thinks you should be boosted. So basically, the more you level up and don't boost a stat, the more likely it is that when you boost that stat, you'll gain a very large boost, as it kind of tries to catch up a bit. So the game is generous in that regard, where even if you don't level a particular stat very much because of random RNG screwing you, you can still have it to where when you do finally get it to level, it will boost by like 8 or something. It'll boost like a really high amount just because you missed so many. You know, I don't know if that's necessarily how it works, but that's how it feels like it works. And then again, with as basically comparing your current stats with your maximum stats in that particular set. However, the reverse is true too. If you get lots of level ups for specific stats, it will just give you, it'll eventually just start giving you one at a time, even if they have a maximum. And as you start to approach the maximum of a given stat, it will just kind of stop giving you boosts. Where it's like, even if it rolls it just won't give you anything if you reach the maximum, because of the fact that you can't go higher than that, other than artificially boosting it with stat up items. And this whole compensation for stats thing, I believe, does also factor in, since it factors in, I believe, your current stat. That means if you use stat up items to boost that current stat, that will change the rubber banding. Because I like to think of it as like a rubber banding mechanic, but for leveling up. Yeah. After this battle, I need more water. I just realized I did not get enough water, and I am thirsty now from all the talking I've done. Gotta always make sure that you actually have your proper weapon equipped when it comes to these knights. There's a miss. We've been getting way too lucky with the bats. Honestly, it's starting to make me look bad, because it's making me look like I'm making a bigger deal out of bats than I actually am, but I don't think I am. They're pretty notorious in this game. But they've been so generous to us on this run that it's kind of hard to tell. I don't believe anyone... Oh, wait, May leveled up. Right. Okay, so we're gonna have to repeat this battle. Right, because she got 4 defense. I forgot about that. Yeah. Yeah, no, we're gonna have to repeat this battle because May leveled up. Because them's the rules. And trust me, there's certain specific fights that are really cool in this game. And some of my favorites, but we'll get to those later. In particular, one of my favorite chapters is Chapter 3. And for anyone who's played this game, you can kind of already get an idea as to why I love Chapter 3. And there is multiple reasons why. Number 1, you get one of the coolest characters in the game, in my opinion. Number 2, it has one of the coolest fights in the game, in my opinion. Two of them, actually. 2 of my favorite fights in the game. And then, number 3, it's when you start getting some really good gear available. In particular, a very special weapon, but also just in general, you get some pretty good gear available, which is very nice. Honestly, to me, the game really starts to pick up in Chapter 3, and it just kind of goes from there. Chapter 1 is kind of slow, but it's also kind of short. Because, I mean, I believe this is literally the last fight of Chapter 1. So, we're going to finish Chapter 1 by the end of this stream, at least. If not, you know, be done with Chapter 1 up 2 hours into it. You know, I believe we could complete all of Chapter 1 in an hour and 10 minutes, even with repeating the fight. I think we can do it. Hey, actually coming down towards us. Oh, and Gort leveled up, so there's even more confirmation. Also, that was a nice crit, Gort. Good job. Keep going. It's going well. And yeah, honestly, we have no chance of actually losing this fight in any capacity because of how high level we are. We could beat this if we want to, but I'm just repeating it for the sake of beating it. Oh, right, you currently have bronze. You currently have spear. Do the bronze lance. But that's more damage. Punch him in the face. Yes. I'll take any opportunity to have Dong punch someone in the face. Just because I find it really funny that my healer is one of my main sources of damage. A Way of the Mercy monk indeed. If you don't know, there's currently a joke floating around the bug nest of Gong literally just being a Way of Mercy monk from D&D. Because one of the gimmicks about the Way of Mercy monk is that they can punch allies and heal them with their punches. So I like to have the mental image that when Gong uses healing magic, he just punches allies and they gain health instead of losing it. So, if he repeatedly heals you, he's just beating the heck out of you while also giving you healing the entire time. So he's not actually doing damage to you. He's just continually punching you and healing you without doing damage in the process. It's just really funny. Also, wow, Ken actually got pretty hurt. Kill this every night, please. Thank you. Go ahead and heal Luke. Because Ken is currently completely blocked off from being attacked. Yep. One of the only people who could attack them just decided not to. Yeah, effectively, Chapter 1 is just the inciting incident, to use in D&D terms, where we're getting the plot of why we actually leave and go on an adventure to stop Rufus, and we get our initial party together. Except instead of a party of like 4 adventurers, you have a party of, let's see, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 adventurers, all going on an adventure. Attack with range! Yawning way too much. I need to remember to actually egress out. I'm debating whether or not I should egress out immediately when I actually level up, or if I should wait to actually do most of the battle before I do so. Currently, I'm waiting to do most of the battle before I do so, just to get the most mileage out of the battle. But comment in the comments what you'd prefer me to do. Keep in mind, by the time you comment something, I likely already finished the next live stream, because of the fact that I release these a week after I record them, and I specifically release them after I finish the live stream for that day. So I released the one from last week after I recorded one for today. So usually how I do it on YouTube is that when I upload live streams on the YouTube, I use scheduling to schedule them to come out a week after they are recorded. So I usually upload them in like a bunch of big batches, but I just set the dates correct so that they periodically come out. That way you get like a daily content for Monday through Friday. That's not counting the YouTube shorts, by the way. And yeah, so those just 6-hour live streams, blah blah blah. I haven't really been looking at how this has affected my channel and all, but I've seen that a few of my things have gotten like likes and watches. So that's neat. As I play a variety of video games, I'll probably bring in more people, and then over time, I might actually become something worth talking about. Other than that, though, I just finished the battle. Whoops! I didn't mean to do that. Anyway, sorry, I just completed the battle. I didn't mean to do that. I shouldn't have done that. Whatever. Doesn't matter. I'll go ahead and finish what I was saying. What was I saying? Oh, right. That basically I'll gain more notoriety over time, but either way, I'm just having fun, and this is just an excuse for me to play video games to an audience. Make them more enjoyable. And heck, it gives me more of an excuse to play some games that otherwise I wouldn't really have motivation to play, because, I mean, if I do it casually on my own time, whatever. Plus, this has also got me the opportunity to actually DM in a Dungeons & Dragons game, which is something I haven't done in months. Man, pretty much since COVID started, I haven't been able to do Dungeons & Dragons as a DM. Like at all. I've thought about it a lot, but I haven't been able to. But now I actually have the platform and opportunity to do that, which is pretty cool. I'm excited for that. That's going to be this Saturday. Tune in. Normal time, but on this Saturday. Anyway. What was the voice I did for this guy? Oh! Nothing. I'll be willing to aid the fighting force in our way. But there is no time to lose. Pain must be found and stopped at all costs. Find out all you can, and be sure to talk to the King of Altaro. Okay, so the battle's over. The town is back to normal now. Part of the intro dialogue was that the entire town got evacuated, and then I guess now they're back. I'm not going to interrupt that guy, whatever he's doing on the wall there. I assume it's nothing. Yep. As you see, all these chests are still empty, and if we had gone to them in the actual battle, they would have still been empty. Okay. to make sure I got everything. Can I please check where you're standing? Thank you. I want to make sure there wasn't like a back door or something. Oh wait, the pasture is back. It was... What voice did you for this guy? I was free when you won the battle. Thank you. Perhaps I can help you now. Grace? Well, let's see who needs my help. Everyone seems okay. Can I help you in some other way? May the powers of light always be with you, Max. You're the riding course. Oh well, it was nice for a while it lasted. He liked pretending to be the pasture. Also, by the way, this just kind of leads outside of the place. You just want to leave. And if you leave here, it's the same thing. So. Also, if you ever wondered, this path just ends in a river. It doesn't go anywhere. And I can't go up farther on the screen, so. Yep. If we want to, by the way, we could go all the way back to Guardiana. There's no point in doing this, but we could. It's still devastated. Wait, is Gord still sitting there? Okay, good. I ended up recruiting Gord twice, somehow, which didn't have any effect, by the way. Because it's not like I got two versions of Gord, it just set the flag that I got Gord twice. Which, all that did is just, oh hey, I set the flag. I set the flag again, but the flag was already set, so it just didn't change anything. King's still dead. I believe this is specifically a reference to the previous hero from Shining in the Darkness. I believe that's who this character is. They're a character from Shining in the Darkness, which is the prequel to Shining Force. Though I say prequel, but it actually came out first, before Shining Force did. So, Shining Force is the sequel to Shining in the Darkness. However, Shining in the Darkness is a very different video game from Shining Force in terms of combat. And art style, I believe, as well. So, yeah. Anyway, also, you notice that one woman here is gone. Hello, Surtur. Actually, that's good timing. You just reminded me I was going to go grab a glass of water after that battle. I will be right back. I'm back. Ah, okay. That's fine. I started a bit late today as well, so I guess in a way you're also kind of right on time. Because I started a half hour late today. That just means I'm going to run for another half hour. Because I realized when I sat down to actually start my stream that I felt filthy and I couldn't actually do a stream that way. So I had to take a shower. And when I took a shower and came back, it was like 10:20, and I was like, you know what? I'm just going to grab a snack and grab a drink, and then I'll just wait for it to be nice 10:30, and then I'll start. And so I did. So we got done. Oh, I just explained a bunch of stuff. Okay, so you didn't hear anything of what I just explained? Last part, but you started 30 minutes later because you took a shower before. Okay, yeah. So you did hear what I explained. Got it. Also, by the way, as I mentioned before, you can talk to all of these NPCs, and every NPC in the game has dialogue and their own voice, kind of. Remember, it's not actually voice lines, it's that little noise. It's more Undertale style speak than anything else. So you can talk to everyone, but I'll let you guys discover all of that on your own time. Yeah, that's not something that I'm going to do right now, just because I'm only going to talk to the people that are actually necessary to talk to, just because I already have most of this game memorized. Currently, by the way, I'm hunting for treasure chests before I talk to the king. That's what I'm currently doing, which there is treasure chests in here. Nothing is found. Nothing is found. 50 coins! Hey, that's nice. Also, you can do things like read these bookshelves, for example. 101 dungeon crafts, how dank was my dungeon, and many more books. Yeah, they used dank back in 1993. Which is when this game came out. So, there's a lot of 90s humor sprinkled throughout this game. Castle rules. No yelling, no running, no banging on the ceiling. I'm tempted to, like, read and look at everything, but honestly, it's been so long. Huh. You know what? That's actually not a bad idea. I think I'll go ahead and do that. That just sounds fun. However, we already missed a bunch of dialogue. So, do I want to start that now, like, part way through the series? Nah, I'll just do one playthrough here of just me zooming through the game without looking at all that stuff, and then if you guys really want me to do another playthrough where I literally talk to everyone and read everything, we can do that. I don't mind doing that. I don't mind doing a second, just fun walk-around playthrough in the second game. Sorry, in the second run of this game, where I just literally talk to everyone and look at every little thing. I figure a lot of that you can discover on your own when you play it on your own. And let's talk to the king as we're instructed to do. Max, I wasn't myself. Thane had some power over me. Can you forgive me? Yes. Thank you. I want to help you. Search the dragon head to reveal a secret passage. I feel I should interact with everything, me when trying to get Crobats. Yeah, I'm trying to get Munchlax in Gold and Silver. Or is it I forget which one. It's Ruby, I believe. Ruby and Sapphire. When trying to get them. Except it's with every tree. It's very much. So, this is the Dragon Head statue that he's talking about. Because normally, okay, there's the door behind the waterfall, but we can't go in there. By the way, even if you have the walk through walls code, you can't go through here just because the door doesn't exist until you pull this. But if you do search on the Dragon Head, there's a chain inside the head. You wish to pull it. It took me a shockingly long amount of time as a little kid to figure out that this was supposed to be a dragon head. As a little kid, I didn't figure that out for a while, so there was like a good few months when I was first playing this game where I couldn't figure out how to beat Chapter 1. Because I just kept getting stuck here, and I'm like, what am I supposed to do? Hold the lever in the dragon head. What dragon head? I don't see a dragon head anywhere. And so, yeah, there was a little kid version of me that was like that. And then eventually you found this, like, oh, that's not a dragon head, but okay. I just pulled it. Eventually it was my dad. It's like, and the only reason why I figured it out is because my dad pointed out, hey, why don't you go to the weird statue and search it? And I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, so it was a little story from my childhood. Of just me being a dumb little 9-year-old not figuring out this simple puzzle. There's a chain inside the head. Do you wish to pull it? Yes. Also, I love, instead of a yes or no prompt, it's shaking head yes, shaking head no. It's really fun. That pulls the chain. Come on, you're pulling my chain. Sorry, I had to. Anyway, as I said before, this will mark the end of Chapter 1. We have already completed Chapter 1 of the game. I mean, I feel I could have done the same mistake. Right? I mean, it doesn't look like a dragon head. It looks like a demon head. Or something. It looks like a monster head, not a dragon head. But, so yeah. As a little kid, I was stuck on that for a long time until my dad eventually went like, hey, why don't you search everything? And I was like, okay, and I searched all the things in the castle, and eventually I searched that head, and it's like, oh, okay, this is what I need to do. Anyway, let's conclude Chapter 1. The Legacy of the Ancients, the door, the key. What can it all mean? No matter what the cost, the mystery must be solved, and Runefist's plan foiled. Chapter 1, Runefist's Invasion, ends. Do you wish to record your exploits so far? One moment. Oh, that's what you're supposed to do. Reminds me of when I got stuck against King Arthur in Sonic and the Black Knight. Oh, right, Sonic and the Black. I remember that fight. Yeah, I don't remember what the gimmick is, but I remember getting stuck on that fight for a little bit too. The King Arthur fight in Sonic and the Black Knight. What was the gimmick for that? I forget offhand. By the way, if you continually hold left or right, it will just kind of have them frozen on the screen in their second position. So if you want to get a good look at both sprites, this is the way to do it. It also continually makes this beeping noise, which is kind of funny. Also, normally you can save with priests, but this is basically the game saying, hey, you just beat an entire chapter. Would you like to save your game now? Sadly, when you're emulating the game, it has a problem where it doesn't really like to save it. So, this doesn't always do anything, just because of emulation. Also, I just remembered, I should quick save. Which you can't see because Serter just typed, but that's okay. It's in the top left. Actually, hold on. Let me move this a little bit. There. Move Surtur down a little bit. That way you see I press F5, quick save. There we go. Now it's not covering it up. You can only get to King Arthur to hit him if you use your special attack, but you can only fit your special meter by hitting enemies. Ah, okay. Yeah, now I remember. That was annoying. Anywho, so it took me like 3 hours to realize that you can hit the balls he throws to increase your special meter. Oh, that I didn't actually have a problem with. It was just annoying that I had to do that. I had trouble with that fight, not because I couldn't figure it out, but because I just was very annoyed by the fact that I had to keep hitting those things. I was like, I just want to hit King Arthur. I don't want to hit those things. Granted, when I played it, I was also like 18, so I was a lot older than I was as a little kid. So my brain power was a lot better at the time in terms of like just being able to figure out puzzles. However, I do get stumped on puzzles occasionally, even when I'm older. Like, for example, the very embarrassing example of Twilight Princess, where I completely forgot that I had the double claw shot, and I couldn't figure out a certain puzzle because it requires you to claw into something, hang down a bit on the chain, and then aim somewhere else and fire the claw shot, which I could not remember that I was allowed to do. For the life of me. And even ended up getting into a bit of a shouting match with my aunt. Because I was like, I told her, hey, look it up on Game Packs. And she did, and she couldn't, and we got to the part that we were in. And she's like, there's nothing else here for this part of the thing. Blah, blah, blah. You know, no one else has problems with this. They just hook shot over to the other thing. I'm like, how? They did. They just go down and hook shot. And after like 2 hours arguing about this, eventually I just tried everything again, and I face palmed as I realized that I could hook shot twice, because I completely forgot I could do that at that point, because I had just gotten the item, the dual hook shot in that game, because that was the thing in Twilight Princess, you can dual hook shot, but I just gotten the item in that game, so yeah, it never occurred to me that you could do that while hanging off of one of them. So yeah, that was just silly. It was just me being silly, and it was a very embarrassing moment for me. I was stuck blocking King Arthur's charge every 40 seconds to fill 1/20th of my special meter before I knew it. Oof. Well, at least you had an option. But yes. Anywho, we completed... I'm going to get back to Shining Force now. We completed Chapter 1, and we're on to Chapter 2. Chapter 2, Spirits of the Holy Spring. Max and the Shining Force followed Kane's trail to the town of Rinda. So, if Chapter 1 is the inciting incident for the entire D&D party becoming together on adventure, here is the opening encounters with the main forces of the enemy. Well, I say main forces, but this is like the first run-in they have with the evildoers minions. So you see that we're in here and we're completely locked into going to this town. We'll be able to leave this town later, but right now we're kind of just stuck, and the only thing we can do is go in here. How we got into this area, by the way, I don't know. I think we came in on boat, if I remember correctly. Either way, we came in on boat and we're just stuck here, so... we're now here. Alright, I just wanted to adjust something real quick. Alright. Shop, what do you got? Welcome to Rinda. Nova awaits you downstairs. Oh, right, this is not a shop. This is, Nova. Okay. I think from Chapter 2 and onwards, I'm at least going to talk to the NPCs. Because I feel like it. Nah. I'll only do it if I feel like it. good for now, though. There is not that many. There's really no side quests in this game for the most part. I mean, there's like occasional optional things that you can do, but they're very rare, and usually it's just to recruit a character. And even then, it's not really like a side quest. It's more, oh hey, you happen to talk to this specific NPC in this specific chapter. So in a later chapter, they come back and are now like, oh hey, I did this thing, and now I'm going to join the Shining Force, or whatever. Or if you talk to the right person, you might get an item which can help you find someone to join the Shining Force, or whatever. This is not a shop. This is the Wendy's. I was not expecting that one. Nice one. That genuinely made me laugh out loud. A warrior is only as good as his tools, right? And you seem to need some new ones. What would you like? Yay, we got new equipment. Now we can buy middle swords and bronze lances, but more importantly, we can buy power stabs. These things are cool because they, one thing to point out is that staves do not actually increase the ability of magic. Increasing the actual equipment that your magic users have does not increase their magical power or mana in any particular way. What it does do is allow them to punch people harder with their stick. In this case, instead of smacking someone in the face with a wooden stick, with a wooden staff, you're smacking someone in the face with a steel staff. A steel staff with like a morning star on the end of it. So yeah, this hits a lot harder. So it actually turns your healer units into physical brawlers, in addition to tap. It basically allows them to hit way above their weight class. So upgrading a magic user staff does the same as upgrading a warrior sword. Effectively, yes. If you didn't care about them doing physical damage, then you could just completely ignore the staff upgrades in this game. Because none of them have any functional difference in how they actually change your stuff. They just increase your damage, and that's it. Also, Golem can't even equip a staff. He's a monk. He's not a conventional caster. Yep. I heard before that is actually a bug, but I don't believe it is because there isn't even a magic stat in this game in any capacity. So, other than MP, there's like no magic stat in this game. So I doubt it's actually a bug. I think it's just they never really implemented a feature for that. I know in the sequel game they change it. In Shining Force 2, saves actually do affect magic, but in Shining Force 1 they do not. So they're literally just there to punch people harder with, and that's it. Also, I should sell some gear that we don't need anymore. Can you beat Dark Souls with only spell tools? Bonk! Bonk! I'm a force of nature! Alright, you mentioning that just immediately reminded me of the Scouts from TF2. I'm a force of nature. If you was from where I was from, you'd be freaking dead. Grass grows, birds fly, sun shines, and brother, I hurt people. Oh god. That's from the Meet the Scout video, by the way, if you're wondering where that's from. Oh my god, how did I not think of that when I typed block? Right? That's immediately. You even heard, when I read it, I just read bonk in the exact Scout voice. Can you beat Dark Souls as the Scout? Oh god. That Okay, I needed that. That was very good. That was a very good laugh. Anyway, there's this big patch of land here, which seems kind of suspicious. Because normally they don't have big patches of land except when there's a building there. Well, if we read the sign, circus coming soon to this location. Yeah, there will be a circus here, pretty soon, actually. Yep, the circus tent will be right over there. Oh, hey, there's a boat. Sorry, stranger. Soldiers bought almost all our ships. That one is the mayor's. Okay, so we're not allowed to have it. Still thinking about the scout. Oh, God. Okay. Anyway, we get introduced to a new piece of equipment now. Max opens a treasure chest. Speed ring was found. Alright, so we get introduced to rings, which are pretty cool. So, the gimmick about a ring is that, and I'm going to go ahead and do what I always do, which is pass this over to Gort. So, you can equip a normal weapon. However, you can also equip a ring, and when you do, it boosts a stat by 4. Specifically, in this case, it's boosting agility by 4. Which means that Gort is going to get more turns more often. Coming soon to theaters. I just remember when all the DVDs had that. Right? Coming soon to theaters. Bonk! Oh god, now Scout needs his own movie. We need to get Scout a movie of just his own, of just him being him on screen as a movie. That would be hilarious. Just to see the story and life of Scout. Oh god. We have a wide variety of items for you. Take a look. By wide variety, you mean 4 healing items? Yes, 4 healing items. Here's an antidote, by the way. I talked about it before. It's virtually useless, so don't buy it unless you really want to. We got a lot of money, so I might as well buy healing. I know it said that they're a ripoff, but we got a lot of money, so it doesn't matter. The force of nature. Man with a bat. They won't let me inside. They say I'm a bad actor. What do critics know? What's this? Window theater. Actors and actresses wanted. I can act. Oh, hey, there's a show. Can I just wander backstage? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. So, yeah. They're doing an act that is featuring us. Specifically, they're acting out the fight between Runefist and the Shining Force back in the first area. So, this is not actually me. This is the dude in a costume. What a rotten role. I can't stand this much longer. What a great role. The actor's life is for me. So, I always enjoy these plays. The Glory of Runefist should be wonderful. Oh god. Yeah, this play is currently called The Glory of Runefist. Go Runefist, go Runefist. A fine play with strong performance all around. I've seen it many times already. And now, because Force of Nature, I'm thinking of Rules of Nature! Oh god. Now I'm just thinking of if you made the song Rules of Nature, but with all of the instruments replaced with Scout sound effects. And, yeah. Okay, anyway. So we talked to this guy. The play is about to begin. It's about Runefist routing Guardiana. Want to see it? Sure? That was not what happened, but sure. Dump it down, it's starting. So it's specifically talking about the devastation in Guardiana. The lyrics being interrupted by at least once by bonk. No, I figure every single voice line would be replaced with scout lines or bonk. Bonk, 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 bonk. Oh, I keep having the Deltarune song stuck in my head. Sorry. That's the wrong song. You want to be a big shot? I don't know if you know that one, sir. If not, I will not spoil it for you. Thank you for waiting. The show will now begin. Take that, you Guardiana wimp. And that. And that. Please don't kill me, mighty Runefist Knight. Please. You're too weak to live, you lowly worm. Take that. Ah, you killed me. Force of nature. Force of nature. Yeah, you just take that scout line of him saying force of nature and you just extend it out to be the entire thing. So it's badly stretched on purpose. Man, that would be a crazy, like, shit post. That'd be really funny. That'd be a funny meme. Okay. So shall Runefist foes always fall. Pow, bang, smash. Clap, clap. Thank you, and come again. We're looking forward to your next visit. Okay, so we know something suspicious is going on here. Because they're saying glory to Runefist, and Runefist is the evil empire trying to rampage and everything. So clearly something's wrong with the entire town if they're praising Runefist for some reason. Because the last time we saw praising Runefist, their king was held hostage by Cain. Let's talk to him again. The play's about to begin. No. Too bad, you're lost. Okay, yeah. So we know something's going on in this town. They're not in their right mind if they're praising an evil empire. However, we need to go into here, because it's a little side character we talked about. Here's one of the things I talked about, where if you talk to this character now, you can potentially recruit them later. So there's a dude in an armored suit. Woo, it's heavy and hot. Let's talk to this guy. Croc the genius, that's me. Look at my steam suit. Guts, walk over here. It still doesn't seem right. Silence, just do as I ask. Okay. It stopped. Not again. Oh dear. Well, back to the old drawing board. Oh, I found one of the YouTubers I watch on occasion made a video of Metal Gear Rising Revengeance, but I wanted to go grab a theme. Oh, interesting. Woo, it's heavy and hot. So if you notice, this is not this is a steam suit, yes, but it's not a person in a steam suit. This is like someone with like an armadillo head. So I just love the idea that this is a anthropomorphic armadillo that is wearing a steam suit of armor, and it's like, isn't your back already covered in armor? So you're just wearing even more armor? Your armor on top of armor? Except, if you notice, there's an entire backpack apparatus, which you can see in the actual portrait, but you can also see on the sprite in map. It's not just... Oh, the text chat is actually partially covering it up. Let me move this to the right side of the screen, actually. Oh, it's not partially covering it. Anyway, you can see that there's an apparatus strapped to its back, because this is not just a suit of armor, it's a powered suit of armor. It's a steam suit. It runs on steam for electricity, which is interesting. Now, remember a rule that I mentioned back in Chapter 1? If someone has a portrait, they're either recruitable or someone that is a boss. that you fight against. With only very few exceptions being kings, Nova, and a few select and maybe another character that I'm not thinking of. Besides those people, though, everyone is either recruitable or a boss. That means that this guy is either recruitable or a boss. Spoiler alert, he's recruitable. But to recruit him, we need to actually talk to him here. I can put the armadillo in the power armor with the caption, "When you max out defense in an RPG." I could also put the armadillo in that powered suit with the caption of, "When you're tired, when the tank is tired of being slow." And just freaking steam-powered backpack. It's like, let's go. Just freaking running around really fast with like steam-powered limbs. When the tank is tired of being the slow one. Getting my way. Anywho, here's the mayor. Before we talk to the mayor, let's go in here. Because guess what? Here's the actual priest. Yep, there's a priest. What do you have to say, by the way? I forget. Have you seen a theater? There's a new play going on today. Go see it. No thank you, I've already seen it. Let's talk to the mayor. So, we set out here to find a boat, if you remember correctly. The king sent us here to go find a boat that we can sail to, I believe it's Alterone or something? Either this town is Alterone or we need to go sail to Alterone. Either way, we need to find a sailing ship, and currently the only one available is the mayor's ship, so we need to talk to the mayor. Mayor. Yes! Yes, I am the mayor. Cain of Rufus bought all our ships and sailed away. So sorry, no ships are left. My ship? You can't have it. Now please leave. Okay. Well, I guess we're gonna have to go look elsewhere. Oh hey, the gate opened up. Our enemies seek to stop you from reaching Anri and Monarina. You must succeed. As a kid, I kept calling that town name Marinera instead of Monarina. I kept calling it Marinera, which is really funny. But it's Monarina, not Marinera. It's not Pizza Sauce Town. It's Monarina. Anyway, if you don't remember who Anri is the daughter of the king in Guardiana. Which is the... yeah. Okay, so... remember how I mentioned there's a few fights in this game that I really do not like? A few battles, I should say. This is one of them. Okay, there's 3 dark dwarves here. That's not a big deal. There's this vast desert, though. Not only that, there's a bunch of bats here, because we always want more bats. There's also 2 archers. One thing to know about the desert is this heavily slows down your units to where they can only usually move like 2 tiles per turn. And you have to march through this entire desert. All the way up to this town. And by the way, these are zombies. Now, zombies are notable for 2 reasons. Number 1, they have a really high attack for their level, so they hit like a truck. But also, 2, they can poison you. And poison is actually, early levels, it's relatively lethal. Later levels, it's a joke, but early levels, it's relatively lethal. This is why the town here sells antidotes, because the game first introduces poison as a thing. Even for this mission, though, I still don't suggest buying antidotes because it's not worth it, because by now, Lo should know detox. Also, there's these dark mages here, and they both know Blaze too. So if you, like, gang up a bunch of people together to fight a zombie all at once, which, considering how slow you're moving, you probably are, these guys can walk up and then blast an entire chunk of your force apart with a Blaze 2. So yeah, this is a pretty nasty level, and it's also pretty tedious and annoying. Because of that, I'm going to waive my normal rule about leveling up, and I'm just going to finish this battle because I honestly don't want to repeat this battle any more times than I have to. So I'm just going to get through this, and we'll waive the normal level up rule. We're just going to get through this place because I hate this battle. I really do. I hate it with a burning passion. I don't care if people die, I don't care if people level up, we're just getting through this fight. There's nothing else to it. As I said, Chapter 1 is pretty simple and easy and pretty slow, and then Chapter 2 is not all that interesting, but Chapter 3 is when the game really starts to pick up. Granted, you do get some unique characters in Chapter 2, which is quite nice. And you get introduced to your second magic caster, which is Enemy, which we'll get later. Which is also pretty nice. But also, you do get more plot in Chapter 2. If you really care about the plot of the game a lot, which I have it mostly memorized, so I already kind of know the plot, but if you're playing this for the first time and you don't know the plot, Chapter 2 does dump a lot of good plot on you. Because it's basically, if the first one was the inciting incident, this is the, hey, here's the information on what the main quest actually is. You know, other than the little indications you've gotten before, here's like a bulk of information to help you on your way. Plus, also, this chapter also introduces the first serious boss fight. As in, like, against an actual boss character. Because there's going to be an actual, legit boss fight in this particular chapter. We did not get one in Chapter 1, but we are getting one in Chapter 2. And from this point onwards, every single chapter has a boss fight. It's not always the final fight, but there is always at least one boss fight in every chapter. Except for Chapter 1. Now, a unique mechanic about boss fights is that if you kill the boss, the entire rest of the force dies. Which is interesting, so all you need to kill is the boss, and the entire rest of the enemy force just completely collapses if you do. Of course, it might not always be easy to just ignore the enemies and attack the boss. It might be easier just to kill all of the enemies before you try to kill the boss, but that's up to you. You know, whichever works more for you for the given boss and your given forces and blah blah blah. But this is not a boss fight currently. You'll be able to tell when we get to the boss fight, and I'll directly point out as well. But this is not it. It will be pretty obvious when it is. I'm just trying to get through the barricaded dark dwarves. Oh, you saw there actually what the new staff looks like. It was that spiked rod that she was holding on to. Which is kind of cool. As I mentioned, unlike Fire Emblem, it's not just, oh hey, each weapon has the same animation as every other weapon. This game likes to actually have, you know, like, instead of just being like, oh hey, here's what a staff looks like. It's like, no. All the different staffs had different sprites for the characters using them, which is pretty cool. It very rarely repeats actually like weapon appearances. For the most part, every single weapon actually has a unique sprite in this game, which is pretty neat. The only exception I can think of is there's a few swords who repeat. Unlike Fire Emblem, where the whole thing in Fire Emblem is like, up until like more of the recent Fire Emblem games, it was always just, oh hey, if you're equipped with a sword, you have the sword graphic for whatever your class is. not, which isn't always reflective of the actual sword that you're using. It's just the graphic assigned to that specific thing. So, yeah. Also, by the way, we don't have to go through this bridge. I'll point out the other way we could be moving. As soon as I get a turn. So, the first way that you can get through here is go through the bridge and then up through the desert all the way up here. However, there is an alternative path. If you don't want to go through the bridge, you can instead go up through here, through the mountains, and up around here, all the way up to the top right, and basically skip this entire section of all those enemies. So you can just basically sneak your way up to the zombies and these guys. Of course, the bats are still going to get you, but that is pretty nice that they do give you 2 ways to go. But I usually just slam my way through the front gate when I play this sort of game. But yeah, the game is usually good about giving you 2 different paths that you can go on. Not always, but it usually is pretty good about that. They try to whenever they can. Well, most of us are just kind of stuck here twiddling our thumbs until you actually get a kill. And we actually get Gap. Please kill him, May. Thank you. Thankfully, they don't have a level 0 skeleton taking a million turns on their team. That's something I'm gonna have to do, by the way, at some point. Whenever Stranding Force ends for whatever reason, I'm going to definitely play Gladius on Nostalgia Tuesday. That's definitely going to be a game that I will play on Nostalgia Tuesday at some point, is Gladius. You don't have to be standing there, you're kind of in the way. Well, you guys nicely lined up, so Blaze 2, let's hit 3 of you. And magic automatically hits regardless of what your evasion rate is. Just like in, well, actually, no. It doesn't do that in D&D. But in this game, magic automatically hits. It also does a set amount of damage, regardless of factors, unless the enemy has resistance to damage, resistance to that elemental type, but that's pretty rare. Do 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 do. Oh, double hit. He's still only doing 1 damage, but still, impressive. You got 2 hits on him. Congratulations! You won 50 chroma. Good job hitting on. The bats have been very generous today. And in this playthrough in general, the bats have been very generous. Normally they're a lot harder to hit than this, but they're actually starting to make me look bad given the fact of just how often we're hitting them. It honestly looks like I was lying about their dodge rate, but I'm really not. See, why do you keep getting hit? You're making me look bad. I mean, to be fair, they do have like a 80% dodge rate, but they just keep not dodging. Okay, maybe it's not 80. I believe it's actually like 50%, but still. They have a 50% dodge rate. Unless, like... Unless the Steam version patched it for whatever reason, but I don't think it did. Yeah, it might be. Because it's normally supposed to be 25%, but ends up becoming 50%. Because of a glitch with flyers. Alright, let's blaze to this entire party of people now. Magical staff. Hey, Tau increased. I'm not repeating this anyway. Oh, and she learned the sleep spell. Interesting. Now I can put enemies to sleep if I want to. Very quickly, please heal May. She's really low on health. I was worried about her actually dying. Not because that would be that bad, it's just because it would cost me a bunch of money. And Gong increased. Attack increased by 1, speed increased by 1, hit points increased by 2, magic points increased by 2. Cool. I talked about how leveling up works earlier. I don't know if you heard that, Server. If you want me to repeat it, I will go ahead and repeat it. Give me something to talk about. But I talked about how leveling up works before, and I also talked about how stat points are actually distributed during level up, because it's pseudo-random. I missed it. What were you saying? Okay. So, basically, oh, that. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, so first off, oh, and the level up. Defense increased by 2. Okay. But, first off, you gain a level up whenever you gain 100 experience. That's, normal. You know, that's pretty typical. Instead of this game constantly increasing the amount of experience you need to gain, you instead just gain 100 experience, and then as you get higher level, you earn less and less experience from things. Except for healing, where you always earn 10. Oh, no more bats. Right, because I used Fire 2 and blazed through 3 different people. Also, there is still 2 more bats. What are you talking about? There is still some bats left, sir. You didn't notice them, I suppose. As I was saying earlier, the bats are being very generous. So much so that I almost wonder if it was patched. Their actual... Because they're supposed to have a 25% dodge rate, but because of a glitch in the original game, they end up having a 50% dodge rate. Also, we have the ability to put people to sleep now. It's not super worth it, but we can do it. I'm just gonna do it to show it off. It has a low chance of actually working, though. I don't believe it's guaranteed in name capacity. Yep, but the spell doesn't work. It has a very low chance of actually working, sadly. So it's usually not worth it for the 6 points. I'd rather just do Flame. But, hey, I want to show it off with it. The sleep is identical to how the sleep functions for when the bats put you to sleep. So it's Gen 1 Pokemon style sleep. Where the turn they wake up, they end up having to waste their entire turn. So it'd be worth it if it wasn't for the fact of how much MP it actually takes up to do it. You have... no, but the bronze things. Anyway, so leveling up. I was talking about this earlier, but basically there seems to be some... It's random somewhat what stats you gain when you level up, and there also seems to be some rubber banding. What do I mean by that? Well, what I mean is that what stats level up are determined by the growth rate of the character and a D100 roll, from what I understand. Basically, the game rolls a D100 for each individual stat, and then compares those results to the actual growth number for the character, And if they rolled lower than the growth number, then you gain a bonus in that stat when you level up. So, for example, let's say you have an 80%. Let's say you have an 80 in HP. In terms of the growth number for HP, then it's going to roll D100, and if it rolls less than or equal to an 80, then it's going to level you up in that specific stat. Now, that won't determine how much it levels it up, and that will just say that it levels up in that stat. The exact amount that it levels up, as I mentioned, is handled by something entirely different. I'll get into that in a second. Yeah, also, Lo just did 10 attack with his staff, I want to point out. He just one-shot that Pat with his magical staff. So, yeah, suddenly our healers are actually frontline fighters. Lo's level increases to 6. Hey, we're getting lots of level ups. Cool. Anyway, so, take that back, bonk. Yep. Anyway, so the amount that you, I'm not going to talk about the amount yet. So you could get, so basically every time it levels up, it does this. So sometimes on certain runs, you might get a character that levels up and gets a bunch of stats every time they level up. And then sometimes you'll get that same character on a different run, and they'll just get barely any stats at any point. Also, nice crit, Luke. You heard that little bit of, like, static noise before it hit? That static noise was him critting. It was him doing what the game calls a lethal attack. Which I believe a lethal attack in this game does 1.5 times damage, if I remember correctly. Luke leveled up. Maximum hit points increased by 1. So yeah, basically you can get screwed by RNG when it comes to stats. Kind of. You kind of can. However, there is some compensation in game for it. Kind of. So you'll want to hear of the pseudo jank that is this game trying to compensate for RNG screwing. Because it is very janky, and I don't know the exact formula, but this is based off of what I've observed. So, and it's incredibly janky. You want to hear the weird, convoluted thing that they have to do for this starter? Because I already went over it earlier. To Twitch chat and to YouTube. So, but you weren't there at the time. That's the reason why I'm here. No! Just kidding, go ahead. Okay. I thought you were being serious for a second. Okay. So, okay. Sometimes when you level up a stat, it will give you like 1 or 2 in the stat, and sometimes it'll give you like 5 or 8 in one boost. And the way I think I figured out the way it determines how much it actually gives you in the stat. It's not a roll. I think from diving into the code, because I've also done ROM hacking in this game, so I've seen what it looks like internally, but I've never been able to find the actual equation for this. So this is just based off of what I know of the code and what I know from playing the game. Basically, it compares what your current stat is for that stat and what your maximum potential is for it. Like, what your maximum potential for a given stat is and what your current is. And it also then looks at what level you are currently. And it gives you a boost based off of all those factors. So let's say you are already like level 12 unpromoted, but your defense hadn't increased at all. If you become level 13 and your defense increases, it will look at your current base stat of level of defense, what your maximum is, what your average should be at this level, and it will give you a very large increase to try and boost you up so that you're more where you should be on average. So the game kind of tries to compensate for our RNG screwage of leveling up by doing that. Yeah, it is kind of weird. However, it also has kind of a bad knock-on effect in terms of it compares your current stat to what your maximum potential is. So if you use stat boosting items like defense potions, that means that the actual level ups you'll get to defense goes down because you raise your current stat artificially in defense. So using power up items can sometimes screw your own level ups. In terms of you will get less level ups because you used a power up item. Or rather, not less level ups, but you'll gain less stats during it. Sort of thing. So, yeah, it's just kind of weird. That's just what I've observed. And it's weird because it works. Don't get me wrong, it works, but it's just like really odd. Also, yeah, we've entered the desert part. So yeah, that's basically the system. So there's one system that rolls a number and then looks at growth and determines if a stat should go up. And then when it determines if that stat should go up, it then compares your current stat, your current level, your maximum level, and what the maximum stat would be at that maximum, at what your maximum possible stat would be, and then bumps you up to where you should be on average, or at least tries to. It won't go all the way to where you should be on average, but it'll give you a large boost if you're way below where you should normally be. So yeah, also by the way, that completely ignores weapons. So it ignores your weapons and equipment when it comes to leveling up, which is good. I'm glad. So it ignores things like rings and weapons, but it doesn't ignore stat boosting items, unfortunately. This is why I said that I wanted to wait until I was promoted to actually use stat boosting items. Yeah, go ahead and attack the archer. So yeah, that's really weird. Also, by the way, you have certain base stats that your character is supposed to be at when you level up. Your level up class has some base stats, but they also have like a pseudo max, which is to say that if your stats are higher than a given amount when you level up, like for example, let's say you had moved a stat higher unpromoted, and then you promote, and your promotion stat is now higher than the base stat, it will lower it back down to the base stat, but the moment that you level up, it'll compensate it again. It's really weird. If your stats can sometimes shrink when you promote, is what I'm saying. If you train your units really far, your stats can sometimes shrink when you promote. But it usually tries to compensate for you once you reach level 2 in the promoted class, is what I'm saying. Again, it's really weird. And that has to go with the whole rounding thing. Not with the rounding thing, but with the rubber banding thing. Because I called it rubber banding because it reminds me a lot of, like in Mario Kart, when there's an AI that's really far behind. They'll just artificially start gaining a bunch of speed just to try and catch up. That's what it reminds me of. It reminds me of that, but with stats instead of AIs and go-karts. Where if it's really far behind, it will do a lot of speed to try and catch up. Or in this case, gain a huge chunk of stat at once. So yeah. We saw that a little bit earlier, because when May leveled up earlier, she gained 4 in defense. And I got on the subject because I was explaining why she suddenly gained 4 in defense. It's because she hadn't gained any defense yet. And the game was like, wait, she's supposed to have a lot of defense. That's her gimmick. So we're just going to give her a ton of defense. The game usually, like, picks gimmicks for specific characters. And it's the same every time. The same gimmick for every character. Well, the same gimmick for a given character. Like, for example, May always has a lot of defense. Ken, on the other side, is one who always has a lot of HP of these centaurs. Gort always has a lot of defense, whereas Luke always has a lot of HP. Uh, and there's other ones too. Max just always has really good stats, regardless of where you are, basically. That's his gimmick, he's just a great all-arounder. Gong has a surprisingly high amount of attack power for being a mage with no weapon equipped. Also, I don't know why the magic user didn't use magic. That's kind of dumb to me, but whatever. On the other hand, Low is always pretty frail, but always gets like good speed increases as a 1. Etc, etc. And Hans just has really terrible level up. Hans, overall, he gains good agility, but that's about it. He literally just has good agility, and that's his entire gimmick, and he's actually a pretty bad character as a result, in terms of growth. Just because the game decides to kind of screw him over. It's like, even if he does gain attack power or defense or whatever, usually it's not that much. Which, by the way, you can go the other way as well, where you can get blessed by RNG, and even if something has like a really small growth rate, you can just like keep rolling ones for it and just keep rolling underneath and keep growing that stat. But even then, there is a maximum cap that stats can go to for a given character, and it's different for each character. And once you've reached that maximum cap, it will just not level up that stat anymore, regardless of what they roll for the stat. I think it actually just stops rolling for that stat when you reach the maximum cap. And the only way to increase that stat anymore from that point is equipment or power-up items. And this is why I really don't like this actual map, because look at how slow this is. And we just kind of have to do this for a while. It's just frustrating more than anything. After this battle, I need to go to the bathroom and grab some more water. So, I'll wait until this battle's over, though, because it shouldn't take that long, right? Right? I say it semi-sarcastically. Well, there's 2 of our members targeted. They're about to take a bunch of damage. Ow. Ow. Now imagine if I didn't train up my units a bunch before now. How much they would have just been, you know, oh, dead. Because again, the magic does set damage and auto hits. And these zombies hit like a truck, as I said. And if I don't get Max healed soon, he's just gonna die before I can get him out of there, and I'm gonna be forced to restart this entire chapter. And there's nothing I could do, because the spellcaster got 2 turns, and Max is about to die now. So yeah, this entire chapter is bull. Is complete bull. And this is the reason why I don't like this chapter. And now we have, well, I guess we're forced to repeat it, because Max died. So yeah, I'm gonna revive Gort, and then we'll go to the bathroom. I'll go to the bathroom. Do. You get to hear that music. You rarely ever get to hear that music. Or at least I rarely get to, because usually when people don't die. Alright. Let me quick save, and then I'm gonna get up, grab some water, and we'll come later. So I'll get up, stretch my legs, grab a drink, grab a snack, all that jazz, and return in a bit. I'm back. Grabbed a banana as well. Oh. I'll go ahead and finish this banana, wait for Surtur to return. Well, okay, well, let's say wait for Surtur to return. I'll go ahead and finish this banana before we continue. Alright, I finished it, so let's continue. You seek to stop us from reaching Andrea and Marinera. We must succeed. Yeah, well, they successfully stopped us last time. They managed to actually kill Max. I know I said Marinera again. Anyway, this time we're going to go up the mountain path instead of through that one area. We're going to effectively sneak past everyone else. Okay, kind of weird. Yeah, it was. It was kind of weird. But, I mean, it works. It's weird. The date that you see on the YouTube videos, by the way. Those watching this on YouTube and seeing the day on the YouTube video and say, hey, this is a match when it was released. Well, no. That's because that's the actual date that it was recorded on Twitch. Not the date that it was released. I titled it specifically that way so that you can tell what day that was actually live streamed on. But also so that I help remember what day it was live streamed on, so it helps me not upload the same VOD twice. Oh, excuse me. Oh, excuse me. Jeez. The dwarves came out to fight because they saw that we're just going through the mountain pass and we're just completely bypassing them. Like, wait a minute. Like, nope, see ya. We're just leaving. I very rarely ever go through the mountain pass. As a kid, I almost never did that. Oh, we have 5 years. Welcome. But yeah, as a kid, I almost rarely ever went through this mountain pass. But, you know, I'm doing that now. No. Equip the actual spear, thank you. Welcome, new people. Yeah, we already died on this mission once. Because, Max is out in the middle of nowhere and 2 different wizards. Well, not even 2 different wizards. The same wizard got 2 turns in a row and effectively just killed him with fire too, in 2 shots. Don't believe that won't happen again. That's the first time that we actually died in this entire playthrough. This will be a 100% playthrough of Shining Force, by the way, which, in my opinion, I define that as getting all the characters and finding whatever secret items I remember. I'm pretty sure I'll get all of them, but I also have terrible memory, so I might not. You know what, Luke? You can 1v1 these dwarves. I trust you. You can do it. Yep, you can 1v1 these dwarves. You're fine. Kill that bat. Hey, our bat luck continues. We're actually getting good luck with bats. It's quite nice. Those guys are normally really hard to hit. Go ahead and go attack this guy as well. Mr. Max. Fire 2. Sorry, Fire 1. Fire 1 that costs 2 magic. The reason why I said Fire 2 though on next it was because I said Fire and then I saw that it cost 2, so I was like Fire 2. It's like, wait, no. It's not Fire 2, it's Fire 1. My bad. At least he didn't put her to sleep. Hey, our bat luck continues. You can't hit them, so just keep moving. You can actually smack him, and you have a power stab, so you actually do a lot of damage right now. Yep, you do a lot of damage right now. Can we kill the bat? Hey! Nice. It has like a 50% dodge rate, but we just keep getting lucky and hitting it a lot. Luke's hurt, right? Yeah. Heal him. Alright. Let's drink some water. Kill that dwarf, please. It's really weak. Go get him, Luke. Reference to Pokemon money. The sooner we get through this battle, the better. I really don't like this fight. And we're back down to 2 people. Oh wow. That's fine. It was fun while it lasted. I don't even know if that was actually 5 people there or not, or if that was just a glitch. But whatever. They were lurkers, that's fine. Lurkers are workers after all. It's nice to know someone's at least watching me. Which currently it's Surtur and whoever the mysterious other viewer is. Lurkers are... damn, too slow. I said it. Said it before you did. But yes, welcome back, Surtur. There was a hot minute where we had 5 viewers, and I was like, wait, why did we suddenly go from 2 to 5? I was appreciative of it, and it lasted for like 5 minutes, and then they went away. And it went back down to 2. I was like, oh, okay. Which is you and whoever the other mysterious lurker is. Which I appreciate, because they seem to show up on a lot of my streams, and I appreciate that. I don't know if it's Diana or whoever else. Yeah, without a raid. Just suddenly 3 more people showed up. I was like, oh, sweet. I was half expecting to hear a raid message at some point, but no. No raid. If you're wondering what that noise is, by the way, that's me hitting the back of my chair. Yeah, as I was saying before, we're going up this mountain pass. And while it seems like it would be easier just to sneak through the mountain pass, it's also it's just as slow to move through mountains as it is to move through sand. In this game, anyway. Also, I'm not sure if you hear when I said that, but any amount of healing, as long as you heal someone and do any amount of healing, you'll get 10 EXP from it every time. doesn't matter if you heal 1 HP, heal 40. Either way, you gain 10 XP from it. And I believe that's 10 XP for every target that you heal. So if you have something that heals multiple people at once, you can get that multiple. But either way, it's always worth just healing with a healer character, because then it's a nice guaranteed 10 XP. I've had Chris heal you. I am lurking here. Hello. Ah, that makes sense. Seems... You are the mysterious lurker. Okay, that makes sense. I hope your stream is going well. I saw that you went live soon before I went live. I would be lurking in your stream if I could right now, but I need to focus on this. And my tablet is currently dead. Shoutouts to Daddy Lemur, who is currently also streaming and is someone that I am quite familiar with and quite friends with. If I had a way to shout them out, I would. I don't know how to do shoutouts, though. Like, with the actual bot command or anything. I don't know how to do that, because I don't have Nightbot set up yet. Yes, the Lemur. I believe he's currently playing, is it Little Nightmares? Let me check. Oops. Oh, it's my turn. Ah, Isaac. Okay. Yeah, they usually play Isaac, or Little Nightmares, or whatever. So yeah. Pretty cool. That's the reason why I started watching his content, by the way, because Binding of Isaac, and that's a game that I also play, and I'm actually going to start playing that on the channel as well, because I am switching up Mondays. It will no longer be Dead Cells Monday, it will be Roguelike Monday, where I can play any roguelike game, not just Dead Cells. And Binding of Isaac is definitely on that list of games I want to play on Roguelike Monday. As well as Enter the Gungeon. Enter the Gungeon is another game that I own that I will definitely be looking forward to playing. Let me go ahead and just... I plugged in my charger so that now... I plugged in my charger and my tablet. That way I can go work in Lemur's stream. Turn down the volume so that way I don't have any leakage of volume. Anywho, yes. Okay. There. That should be low enough that you guys don't end up hearing it, because I don't see it peaking my microphone at all. Hopefully we can get through this without Max dying again. Okay, so yeah, let's go ahead and continue this. Hopefully going around this side area will be better. Hopefully. Is Luke hurt? I forget. No. Is Max hurt? I forget. No. There. Now it should be lower than its nature. Up of the machine. Alright. So, you can see why I don't like this mission. Usually I don't die on this mission, it's just because I stuck Max in such a precarious situation, and the wizard happened to get 2 turns in a row and just kind of screw me over. Because as I said, who gets a turn is entirely RNG based, so the game just went, nope, Max is gonna die. And there wasn't anything I could do about it. It just kind of screwed me over, so I just had to try again. But yeah, between that and the movement stuff, that's both the reason why this particular map is just kind of eh. I don't like to be negative on this channel. I don't want to be. But yeah, I have nothing positive to say about this particular mission. So let's just get Shining Force Prepare to Die edition. Yeah! I won't necessarily say it's like that bad, but this is more just like a cheap example of some of the flaws in the game of just you can get very screwed over by RNG in this game sometimes, and there's just kind of nothing you can do about it. But this game, this particular mission is notorious for that because you have 2 mages there plus the zombies, and they all do lots of great damage, and they can poison you. And you have very little mobility in the actual desert. So it's a very horrible combination of low mobility and being dependent on RNG not screwing you, and enemies that can do lots and lots of damage to you. This is not the only mission like this, but there's thankfully only like 2 or 3 missions like this in the entire game. The rest are a lot more reasonable. Also, I forgot you have a healing seed. I should be using it. I bought the healing items. I should use them. The enemy is intelligent, and that makes for bad battles. I mean, I guess if you want to put it that way, it's not really, though, because it's not about the intelligence of the enemies that makes this bad. I mean, yeah, they are positioned very carefully and in a very good spot, yes, but it's more the random turrets that gets it. You know, sometimes you can get through this fight without dying once. Sometimes you'll keep getting your ass kicked repeatedly. it pretty much entirely depends on one. It pretty much entirely depends on one, how many turns the mages get, and two, how many turns the zombies get, and three, how often do the mages actually use magic on their turn, or do they just hit you with their stick? Because if they hit you with the stick, they do almost no damage. But if they use magic, it's guaranteed damage. It can hit multiple people. Yes. And that's the thing, is that they have buff Blaze too. So they can hit multiple people in your party, and you are guaranteed to be bunched up because of how slow your movement is. So if/when there are Shining Force speed runs, this is probably a run killer. Yeah. This mission is definitely a run killer. But then again, our Shining Force isn't really speed ran, because pretty much everything in Shining Force can be a run killer, because it's almost entirely... I will say, there is not a single element in this game that is not laced with RNG. Every single element of this game, pretty much, has RNG involved in it. The exact amount of damage that you do to enemies is RNG. Randomness can be gained very easily. Speedruns would abuse that. Yeah, but, I mean... The problem is that, okay, well, to get a good run then, you need everything to go well. How many times are you going to reset the game just to make sure that all the RNG is going to be well? No. You can do actions in a sequence to guarantee double crit, hit, blocks. Okay. I was not aware that there was actually a way to guarantee it. I thought it was just true random. There's at least one speedrunner who does normal runs, but he constantly seems frustrated. Yeah, I can totally see that. Granted, hacks, aka tool-assisted speedruns of this game, are quite common. But IRL runners? No. You know, people physically running it in one sitting? No. But people who do tool-assisted speedruns, yeah, that's pretty common for Shining Force. I've seen quite a few tool-assisted speedruns. It's just... the actual runners that I almost never see. It's not because of length, because you can beat this entire game in like an hour and a half, roughly. If you speedrun it, you can beat this entire game in an hour and a half. Yeah, for a specific RNG rule, you usually do some sort of RNG manipulation, but when the whole game is RNG, it gets a lot harder. I would skip getting and blocking the town guard, get Gong, and speed up the early battles that way. Yeah, but also being able to skip all of those things is entirely dependent on the pathing of that one dude that you need to use to block the card. And he might just arbitrarily choose different directions to go than what the direction you want him to go, or he might just choose to go straight down the direction you want him to go. It's randomly determined each time he moves. The thing, it's like, I don't know if there's a way to manipulate that RNG. Yeah, it is early in the game. I will admit. You can. It is pretty early in the game, so you can reset early in the game. Some battles, though, the bats might just screw you because you never end up hitting them, or they just put you to sleep constantly, or whatever. You know, so any battle with bats can be a run killer as well. Especially if you only have a few characters and they say, oh hey, put one of your characters to sleep. Well, they're screwed for a couple of turns. And in a speed run, that can be devastating. Also, speaking of devastating, let's hit 4 people at once with Blaze. Which, by the way, zombies are weak against fire. So fire does bonus damage to them. Deadly attack of 15. 11. 10. Yeah, so that was my only thing. I'm not saying that speedruns of this game are impossible. I'm saying that optimizing speedruns for this game is a nightmare. That's all I was saying, is that optimizing speedruns for the game is a nightmare unless you do tool-assisted speedruns. RNG is definitely abused by people, yes. Oh, hey, Max leveled up. That normal level up rule that I talked about for battles, I'm ignoring that for this battle because this specific battle I really hate. Defense increased by 3, speed increased by 1, hit points increased by 2. Let me know, by the way, if you can hear a voice in the background on occasion. I'll turn that down. Also, yeah, just kill this mage, please. Quickly avoid it. The POW field battle is another frustrating one. Restart. 100-mile-long battlefield. Yeah. I know that one. Okay. Yeah. Please kill this dark mage. Please. Thank you. Yay, okay. There's one of them dead. So, it's less chance of them just double teaming. Hey, now Tower died. Oh, please. Also, I've already talked about this, but this is where you get the antidote as well. Also, thanks for stopping by, Rothel, my pancake. Oh. Nadia is a friend. Sorry. Chris leveled up! Hey, that's cool. I'm glad Chris finally leveled up. Thinking of the enemy being made, thinking of the enemy being made, thinking of the enemy, being made me want to check the ancient red dragon in D&D, and now I'm just thinking of an ancient red dragon just flying in circles above the party and only using fire breath and frightful presence. Being intelligent. Yeah, that's the thing. Intelligent enemies aren't always the most fun to fight against. As a DM, you kind of gotta balance between making an enemy very, logically powerful and making an enemy actually overpowered to the point where the party has no chance against them. You don't want to stack the too many things for the actual enemy or use them wrongly, because if you do, then there's kind of nothing the party can do, unless your party knows that you're going to do this beforehand. Plus, there's another thing you also want to consider there, Surtur, and that's the fact of, would a red dragon actually fight that way? Like, personality-wise, would the red dragon actually fight that way? Because it's not only important to, run a monster in a way that's a bit fair for the party, but also it's important to run it in a way that it actually would act. You want to run it realistically how it would act. For example, you don't run a Charizard who just constantly kites the enemy and attacks from afar. No, a Charizard charges in towards the enemy Pokemon. That's its entire thing. It doesn't matter if it's quad weak to water, it's going to head slam that Blastoise with a wing attack or whatever. Yeah, I feel if your party don't have a way to get to the dragon on the ground, making the dragon stay in the air might make an unfun encounter. Yeah. Exactly. Now, of course, if you're fighting an ancient red dragon, odds are you're strong enough that you have people that know how to fly. usually through the use of like a fly spell, which is a 3rd level spell, or through the use of flying mounts. Because you don't ancient red dragons you don't usually fight until quite a bit, but even adult red dragons, yeah, flying barbarian, go. Yeah, even adult red dragons can be quite a bit of trouble. But again, that's where it comes down to, you have to look at how an actual red dragon would fight and run it the way that they would realistically fight. Because here's the thing, even if the players think, oh, you're being unfair, blah, 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 you say, hey, I'm running it the way this monster would actually attack you. You know, it's attacking the way it would normally attack. It's being as intelligent as it normally is. It's not like I'm plugging a controller into its butt and making it a lot more tactical than it normally is. You know, it's important to remember that if a monster is stupid, it needs to be ran as if the monster is stupid. You know, I've had monsters make intelligence checks before just to even know if they should do something that they should do. And they failed, and I'm like, okay, well, they don't do that thing they're supposed to be doing, and they just continue doing what they're doing before. You know, stuff like that. In the case of like a half ogre, because half ogres are pretty dumb, usually. Anyway. Now enter Monarena. You must inform Henry about Guardiana. We're going to pick up our 2nd caster. Back to Shining Force. Enough about freaking PD. Anyway, while we're here, we can also talk to a priest and go down here to find our force. Someone is dead. I was inspecting that. It was Gordon. Hey, oh. No, don't make a record. Also, quick save. I moved the chat over to the right side of the screen instead of the left because that way you can see whenever I quick save and quick load. Remind me after I do like a battle or make a checkpoint that I should quick save, because I should always quick save. That way I don't lose progress. Bort is alive. Okay, before we go talk to Anri though, because she is standing right there. Before we talk to her, let us sidetrack. Because there is this specific thing. And if we search this, Max checks the machine. Max discovers a Domingo Egg. Hello, don't usually get guests here. I have something for you. It's inside that fake monster over there. Go get it. It's a Domingo Egg, a very useful item. Catch it when you get a chance. Come back before you leave. I may have some information for you. I have something for you. Oh, blah, blah, blah. So yeah, we got Domingo Egg, which we can't do anything with it right now. We can hatch it later. It's right here. Doesn't do anything right now. We need to find the person who can hatch it later. That will be in a different chapter. So we will not get this thing until I believe chapter 4 or 5, but we need to pick it up now because if we don't, we can't get this character. On the monster thing, given the dragon has an intelligence of 18 and a wisdom of 15, I feel the dragon could reasonably think, hey man, this sword can't reach me in the air, I should stay in the air. Yeah, true. But also, aren't the red dragons, like, you know, prideful and think that they're usually, like, prideful and like to think of everyone else as weaker and all that sort of jazz and stuff. And challenge themselves because they think they're the best and, you know, no one can defeat them and blah, blah, blah. That sort of stuff. That's what I meant by the personality traits of the dragon, not necessarily just their raw intelligence stat. Welcome to my research room. I change humans into animals. Can you care to give it a try? Sure. Let's start right away. Please stand over there. I didn't actually mean to do this right now. Oh, that's why you picked the Charizard example. Yes, because red dragons are very similar to Charizards. in a lot of ways. Now, let's begin. Our main character is being turned into a chicken! We are now turned into a chicken. Yes, success! What a tasty looking head! Max used the egg. What did Max try to do? I don't know. He just kind of used the egg. Anyway, we are now a chicken. Bark, 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 bark. What's up, hen? Hold on, I want to try something. I've never turned into a chicken this early before you talk to Anri for the first time. Are we going to have a normal conversation with Anri despite being a chicken right now? Is this going to be a thing? Old Kurt's up to her usual tricks. Someone here should be able to change you back. Oh, okay. I've never actually heard that dialogue before because I've never turned into a chicken before talking to Anri. Anyway, I know the way to turn back. What's up, hen? We go over here. Here. All the way up, and we push this person down the slide. Right. Not as good a view from up down here. Gotta climb back up. I'll make it someday. Max glared at the egg, but the egg did not hatch. We can walk up the slide, but they can't. And this guard normally, if we were in human form, wouldn't let us through, but when we talk to him, it's a chicken. Whoa, what a cute little head! Sorry. Whoa, what a cute little head! Go on through! I forgot that I'm doing that for helmeted voices. And there's this sage. Old Gertz turned you into a 10. That's easily fixed. Hey, we're back to normal. You did well to reach this room. Have you ever heard of a place called Shade Abbey? No. Fun fact, you don't have to talk to Anri during this. She doesn't have to join your force. She's great, so why wouldn't you? But she's actually optional. I did not know that she's actually optional. Oh, I was not aware. How are you supposed to get around her then? Are you supposed to just go back to town and skip the entire cavern sequence or something? I don't know how to get around her other than to talk to her. Is there like a glitch that you can do? Because other than that, I don't know how. You did well to reach this room. Have you ever heard of a place called Shade Abbey? I have heard of it, but I'm just going to say no so they explain it. I'll double check the specifics. Okay, thank you, because I am curious. I'm very curious. It was founded long ago by by folk from Guardian. They know much of the ancients. Oh, that didn't tell me anything. Anri is skippable, yeah. When she runs off crying, just talk to Otrant. That's his name, and continue the story. Oh, interesting. So you just leave her crying there. That's kind of sad. You did well. And here's what she says, by the way. I believe this is a she. I don't know. Here's what she says, by the way, if you say yes. You young people think you know everything. Even though you literally just explained to us what it was. Also, the guard's dialogue is kind of funny. A hen went in and a person came out. What a great place to work, huh? A hen went in and a person came out. What a great place to work, huh? He's just kind of on board with it. He's like, cool. Just a normal Tuesday in the Mages Guild. Exactly. Just a normal Tuesday in the Mages Guild. I'm doing this, by the way, because they're wearing a helmet and their mouth is covered, so this is representing them actually talking through a helmet. I do this for anyone who's talking through a helmet. It's just a little trick I learned in DMing for Dungeons & Dragons. And to do that, by the way, I'm just putting my hand over my mouth as I talk. Oh, speaking of, I'll be hosting a game this Saturday. My name is Arthur. I used to be a knight. I'm not really a battle type. I like it here. Yep, we cannot recruit him yet. By the way, take note of the fact that he's a knight in the Mages Guild. That will come into play later. I love how that 1 second idea turned into the running gag with all enemies with a helmet. Yep. He's a knight in the Mages Guild doing laundry. Comes into play in Shining Force 3. Well, I was more referring to comes into play when we recruit him and his unique aspect, if you know what I mean. I don't remember Shining Force 3, though, to be fair. Alright, so we got the Domingo Egg, all that sort of stuff. Yes, but the laundry also. There's an unrelated Arthur Knight, but you meet him doing laundry just like that. Interesting. I was not aware, because I've never played Shining Force 3. I've only played Shining Force 2 a little bit, but I've never played Shining Force 3. This is a really funny interaction, so I want to do this one. Also, yes, that statue has boobs. Uncensored, too. Anyway. Ha ha! You're just in time. Would you like to observe? Have you played Shining Force Gaiden Final Conflict? No, I have not. The only game in the series I played is Shining Force 1 and a little bit of Shining Force 2, and that's it. I will be doing a playthrough of Shining Force 2 on the channel, but I have not played it much yet. Oh man, you should. It connects the story to Shining Force 1 and 2 and Max is in it. Ooh, what console is that for? Max, Adam, Oddeye, Ect. Cool. What console is that for? That's what I'm wondering. Good. Sit quietly and watch a master at work. I'm researching summoning demons. Now I'm going to begin the experiment. I shall summon a dreadful thing from my worst nightmares. Come forth, O creature of darkness. I conjure you forth. Oh, you! When are you going to stop these tricks? Come home right now! Oops. Sorry, dear. I'll never do that again. Yes, I'll be good. Honest. So the demon from his worst nightmares, or her worst nightmares, is their significant other. That is hilarious to me. Game Gear and Japanese only, but there's a fan translation patch in Shining Force Central. Beyond Game Gear, it's a bit limited, no overworld, but the battles are great and the story is neat. Yeah. Is there a way I can play that without just emulating it? Because I'm currently playing this on the Sega Master Collection, which is on Steam. This is a quote-unquote official way to play Shining Force. I'm not emulating it currently. And, I mean, it's okay if I play an emulated game. I don't really mind. It's just, it'd be nice if I did officially. But yeah, I just want to show that little interaction. It doesn't affect anything in the story. I just find that funny that he ends up summoning his significant other. Yes. There's no pack that comes with, if you want to play it official, I think you need to play the Japanese card with video capture. Okay, yeah, so I'll have to emulate it. Got it. I am planning on doing a playthrough of as many games in the series as I can, starting with Shining Force 1, then Shining Force 2, and then we'll just kind of see where we go from there. I know this game like the back of my hand. I don't really know Shining Force 2 much at all because I've only ever played it like twice in my life. And even then, I only got about halfway through both times and kind of stopped. Shining Force CD is another great one. I have never tried that one either. Nor did I try the Game Boy Advance remake of this. Anyway, sorry I got distracted. I love the GBA remake too. I just love all the games, don't I? Yeah, you do. That's okay. I sent you a friend request, by the way. Do you stream? I'm just curious. Because I'd send you a follow if you stream. Yes, I am Henry. What? What about Guardiana? And my father? Who are you? I don't have to listen to this nonsense from someone I don't even know. Go away, now! Wait, Princess Henry, please, listen to Max. Nova! This is Max. He is leading the fight against the Runefist army. But, my father, the Sword of Light, and Guardiana, is it true, Nova? Yes, Your Majesty. It is all true, I am afraid. I need to be alone for a while. We understand, Your Majesty, but do not let your grief overwhelm you. I must be alone now. Max, Princess Henry is in great sorrow. Please go to her and talk to her. Remind her of her duty to Guardiana. Our people need her now. So yeah, the game tells you to go talk to her, but you could just, if you want to. Cool. After the stream, yeah. After the stream, I will go ahead and give you a follow. I know my duty now, Max. It is to hunt Kane down and make him pay for what he did. I'll fight with you. I'm sure that's what my father would want me to do. But yeah, I stream basically every weekday. I take weekends off, except for this Saturday, which will be the first session of my Oncoming Storm campaign. I'll be GMing for it. I'll be at headquarters. Vengeance shall be ours! Yes. Okay, anyway. So yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying my content. And hey, let's go ahead and continue the story. So, here's that, Otrant. I am Otrant. I forget what voice I would usually do for this. I am Otrant. You wish to find the key to the accursed door before Kane of Runefist. Yes. A legend tells that the pool of ancients below is tied with the accursed door. To reach the pool, you must first need the orb of light from the cavern of darkness. Defeat the monsters in the cavern and the orb is yours. Then return to me. Max, enter the cavern and retrieve the orb of light. Okay, will do. The Cavern of Darkness lies beyond. Only the strongest survive the trials. We can't go through here right now. Nothing's unusual. Okay. Behold! Behold! The dreaded Cavern of Darkness. You must defeat the monsters to gain the orb. So, yes, we have entered the Cavern of Darkness, which is one of the most unique maps in the game. By the way, there's a bunch of treasure chests around here. You cannot get these if you beat the battle before getting them. So you have to loot these in the battle. There's zombies, archers, spellcaster, and a whole bunch of bats. As well as a trio of spellcasters here and a brand new enemy, which is the skeleton, which is actually not that impressive, all things considered, skeleton-wise, but whatever. Either way, so the goal of this is to get all the way to this treasure chest, which contains the Orb of Life. Excuse me. The Orb of Life. Of course, there's a bunch of other treasure chests you can get along the way. And this battle's not that bad. So, normal rules apply. If we level up, or if we die, we have to restart the battle. So are you streaming right now, Waffle? Or when do you normally stream? I'm just curious. Because you said that you stream every day, so I was just kind of... streaming at 8 p.m. ET. Okay. Eastern time, so I assume Eastern time is the same as Eastern Standard Time, which is what mine is. So basically you stream at 8 p.m. Got it. Oh, I didn't realize that there was poison in Max's body. Good to know. I stream using my Windows 98 machine and play retro PC games. Oh, cool. Like SimCity and stuff? Or even more retro than that. Roller Coaster Tycoon 2. Been doing a lot of Dungeon Keeper lately. I'm not familiar with that one. Cool. Anyway, we'll get to see the Detox spell now, which is a spell I rarely ever cast. But DOS, 95, 98, early XP games. Okay. All traces of poison have left Max's body. Alright. We're about 3 hours into the stream. We have about 3 hours left to go. I didn't actually do that much PC gaming when I was younger, so a lot of those early retro games I never really actually played. I mainly played console games back when I was younger. I'll be sure to check out your stream later, though. You're streaming later tonight, right? Because you mentioned it's at 8 p.m., so I should be available to watch the stream for at least an hour at that point, because I normally go to bed at around 9 p.m. That way I can make sure to be up at 6 a.m., which is when I normally have to wake up at. So I try to go to bed at like 9 to 10 p.m., but I can at least catch the first hour of the stream. I'll probably have it in the background as I'm doing Dungeon Master setup stuff. I'm going to be retrying a hard Dungeon Keeper level, so you'll likely catch that. Cool. What type of game is Dungeon Keeper? Is it a turn-based game? Is it real-time? Is it more like you know, like the original Elder Scrolls games, how like it was that isometric looking, not isometric, but like the scan line looking things. I don't know how to say it. Also, we want to grab these treasure chests. Forgot about that. Like the pseudo 3D games from back in the day. Back in the days of like... Not even just back in days like Wolfenstein. Or even predating Wolfenstein. That's why I said like the old Elder Scrolls games. It's top-down view, managing a dungeon. You dig out a dungeon and place rooms and attract monsters. Humans try to destroy your dungeon and you have to kill the Lord of the Land region usually. I'm playing a mod with a campaign where you play as the humans. Oh, interesting. So it's that game where the roles are reversed, where you're basically playing as the person setting up the dungeon that the heroes then have to try and defeat. Interesting. I've heard of that game. I also heard that they made a really bad mobile version of it. But that the original version is really fun. Cool. Yeah, that's the nice thing about a lot of those old games, is that modding is like very popular for a lot of them. Yeah, they sure did make a really bad mobile version of it. Sadly. It's sad that that was the thing that I got right on the money about. But I now know what franchise you're talking about. Okay, cool. Well, I've never actually seen the original version of that game. Ah. Have you seen the trailer of that? There's on... Wait, hold on. There's on the edge of making a really bad mobile version of Shining Force unless it got canceled. Have you seen the trailer about that? No, I've not. Reminds me of No Heroes Allowed. Yeah, that's also a pretty bad mobile game. Oh, wait, no, you're talking about... Oh, wait, never mind. I was thinking something different. I was thinking of the No More Heroes mobile game that they were making. And I'm like, really? But no, no, I have not heard that they're making a terrible version of Shining Force, but it honestly does not surprise me. The trailer looks all amazing and stuff, but it's a gacha game, a money pit, by a really toxic developer. See, there's the key. Just because it's a gacha game does not necessarily mean it's bad. It's because it's by a toxic developer. That's where it becomes bad. You know, for example, Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, in a lot of ways, is a gacha game. But it's still good, in my opinion. And, you know, it's still a fun game, in my opinion. It doesn't live up to a lot of the promises they made, but it's still a fun game. That's actually a good question. How would you define a toxic developer? I mean, personally speaking, for me, a toxic developer is one who does not, number one, does not care about the opinions of their customers, and two, tries to extract as much money out of the player as possible by limiting everything that is fun behind paywalls. That is, to me, what a toxic developer is someone who basically tries to nickel and dime literally everything out of their players that they can, while locking all of the really fun content behind paywalls. And also does not care about what the players think. For mobile games, prioritizing microtransactions over usability and playability. They abuse psychology to get youth to spend a lot of money, and to get whales to spend a lot of money as well. Which, if you don't remember what a whale is someone with way too much money and way too little to spend it on. Someone with like millions of dollars and they just don't feel bad about casually dropping $1,000 on a mobile game, for example. Oh, there's poison in Gong's body now. So that's what that's what we would define as toxic developers. Surtur asks these sorts of questions quite often because this is the type of stuff that very much interests him, and also he doesn't really assume things in a lot of cases. And I appreciate that. I like the fact that he asked so many questions. It's nice. I didn't mean to. Well, I just misclicked and had Chris heal himself when I was trying to heal Max. Oh well. Whatever. Either way, I'm nice to know someone else who loves this franchise. I love this game in particular. I don't know how I feel about the entire franchise yet, but I'm not very good at Shining Force 2, from what I remember. There we go, he purged the poison from Gong's body. I accidentally wailed on a mobile game when I got my first job. Going from dad giving me 20 bucks every week to having 600 bucks a week for actually having a job with the same expenses made me go, well, I have all this money that I'm not spending. Why not? Yeah, that's a good example of whaling. It's not nearly as bad as some things, but it's not nearly as bad as if you had like millions of dollars. But yeah, that's definitely the effect that we're talking about. And I had that as well when I was younger, and I fell into a bunch of money. Also, really, Gong, you leveled up to 7, but you didn't get any stats. Okay, well, I guess we're repeating this fight now. Also, that's what Anri's sprite looks like. Enemies cannot triple in this game. That I know. If you have poisoned people, you can cure them at the church after. I know I can cure them at the church after, I just didn't realize that they were poisoned. That's the thing, it's because there's no indicator as to when someone's poisoned other than this person took poison damage. It's like, oh, I guess they're poisoned. So, I didn't know that Max or Gong were poisoned until I started this fight, and they ended their turn and were like, oh, they're poisoned. And at that point, I'm like, I just used low to detox them. I think both people spent money all of a sudden when they got their first job, especially if they were still living with mom and dad. Yeah. Definitely. I wish I invested money as soon as I graduated high school. Yeah, I wish I invested as well. Ford stock was $1 a share. I just took every quarter I had. If I just took every quarter... I mean, you say that, but how many other things would have been different in your life if you did that? Would you be where you are today if you did that? Anyway. So, Anri can use fire magic. However, that's not what her specialty is. Tao specializes in fire magic, but Anri specializes in freezing magic. However, she does not start with freezing magic. I don't like investment, at least as long as it's not the stock market. Yeah, for me, when I meant investing, I more was talking about putting it into like a savings fund. Well, I spent $80,000 on a degree. Met my partner at my first job. We do the same job, and he doesn't have a degree. But you also met your partner. If you had, gone to Ford, if you had gotten Ford stock, would you have ever met your partner at all? If you're ever going to go help with the dishwasher, take your time. So it might have been like, oh, hey, you have a lot more money now, but also you never met the true love that you have. And yeah, sure, you might meet them again eventually, but you also might not. You don't know. Yeah, small variables change a lot. This is why it's always a very tough question when you ask somebody, if you could go back into the past and change anything, what would you do? Because almost always, that can cause a ton of butterfly effects that people don't think about. And if people are scared about butterfly effects, they almost always answer just, I wouldn't go back in the past to change anything. Also, you have a power stab, so right now my healers are hitting for lethal. So they're actually pretty useful in terms of that right now. What did you get? I forget. Oh, right, power staff. Gort, get in there and smack him. Lethal hits, but bats just love to dodge. Yeah, I've been having great bat luck today, though, because for some reason I've been hitting like 90% of the time against bats. I don't know why. I just keep hitting them today. And it's to the point where I said that the bats are making me look bad because I keep talking about how much they dodge, and they just aren't dodging, as you see. I just got a crit on that bat. Case in point right there, I'm getting a stupid amount of bat luck today. Too bad this isn't a speed run. This would be great on a speed run. I don't know what I did for the variables to just make bats not dodge as much, but I'll take it. Yep, there's another hit. Because, yeah, bats aren't that strong if they just die quickly. It's just the only problem is they don't usually die quickly, but I guess these ones are. Hey, did you ever own a Game Genie as a kid for the Sega Genesis, Raffle? Did you ever try out the codes for the original Shining Force? Did you know that there was one? I just liked making my power bigger. Yeah, I liked that as a kid as well. That was a fun thing as a kid. Yep. For example, one of my favorites as a kid was when I got the Game Genie, because I only got the Game Genie when I was like 12? So I'd already been playing the game for like for 7 years at that point without it. Because I've been playing this game ever since I was 5. But we only got Game Genie when I was like 12. But one of my favorite codes for that was the level up anywhere, the level up anytime code. Are you aware of that one? Like making characters able to wear different items. I was not aware of that one. I'm not aware of the ability to make characters wear different items. I know you can do that with ROM hacking, but I was not aware of that with Game Genie. Level up on medical herb use if one... Yep. Well, that's not what I'm talking about, though. There's a code where anytime... It basically sets your EXP permanently at 100 experience. So anytime anything happens in battle, you'll gain a level. So it's like, oh hey, you used a medical herb, you gain a level. You just got attacked, you gain a level. You attack someone else, you gain a level. Yeah. And so you basically it's the more enemies attack you, the more levels you end up gaining. And it spirals out of control very quickly. Planning on doing a second playthrough of this game after I beat my first one, except I'll do the second playthrough with that code on, just to show how quickly I can steamroll through the game with that code on, because it's really funny. Welcome back, sir. Also, we just got a very significant item. So I talked about the speed ring before, but now we have the power ring. Question, Raffle, who do you usually put your rings on? I'm curious. Because I know that's a thing that different people do differently. I know what I usually did as a kid, but I'm curious what you usually put your rings on. Did you have a set one, or did you just keep changing them out? Sort of thing. Power ring on the underdogs. Arthur at first, then blue. Usually stays on blue. Quick ring on Lao. Okay. Usually I put the speed ring on Gort, the mobility ring on Luke, and the power ring on Max. And then the other ring I just change hands around. And I do that unless I don't have them in the party, in which case I swap them out. But the power ring pretty much stays on max for the entire game. In my playthroughs, usually. Mobility ring on guns, yeah. I will say that I do end up putting the mobility ring on Musashi when I do eventually get him off of Luke. But for the most part, I stick with it on Luke. And there's actually a reason. Okay, you want to know the really funny reason why I give Gort the speed ring? As a kid, I started giving Gort the speed ring not for any tactical reason, but if we look at the speed ring, it looks like the speed ring has a mustache on it, and I thought, oh hey, Gort also has a mustache on him. I'm going to equip it onto Gort because it's a mustache ring, and he has a mustache. That was literally the reason as a kid that I equipped Gort with the speed ring. It's because it's a mustache ring. And the reason why I give Luke the mobility ring is because, oh hey, I gave one of the two fighters a ring. I need to give the other one a ring too, because I liked running both fighters together. So, yeah, that was little five-year-old me's brain when playing this game. 6-year-old me's brain of just like, oh hey, I'll do this because this fits. I gotta switch to lurk mode for a bit. Got some back-to-back meetings. Okay, that's fine. Actually, I need to go to the bathroom, so I will go ahead and be right back as well. We all do silly things when we're kids. Yeah, definitely. I will be right back. I'm gonna grab water, so I'll get up, grab a snack, grab a drink. We'll return in minutes. I'm back. Ugh. I am back. Yeah, also, yeah, we all do silly things when we were a kid. Fort leveled up. Yay. Who's actually hurt here? You're hurt really badly, but I can't get to you. Low is hurt. Max is hurt considerably. Oh wait, you don't have enough NB anyway, so just smack them in the face then. Alright, heal Henry, please. Henry is very, very hurt. I wonder if there's a way I can turn off the autobots. Yes, I paused the game. Thank you, sir. Basically, when I click away from the game to check something on Discord, it automatically pauses. I didn't know you could pause the game mid-animation. Yes, I can. I could just do, for example, this. And then boom. You go. There's not a pause function in-game, but this is basically I just clicked away from the screen. And if I click back on the screen now, boom, there we go. Wait. Oh, I think the game just crashed. Really? The game just crashed on me? Are you kidding me? Yep. Yep. The game crashed on me. Well, that's unfortunate. Either way. Okay, let's load it up again. This is why I quick save. Hope you try playing it windowed mode and see if that makes it crash. So we're back here. I remember one of the silly childhood stories. I got my dad to buy a multi-tap. That thing to have more than two PS2 controllers because in ATV Aqua Fury there's a basketball minigame. In that minigame there's a pass button. I wanted to see the pass. That's it. That's pretty funny. Also, yeah, we're back here now. Okay, now it does not apply. Okay, so now I no longer have it on full screen, though now I just realized it's not big enough to cover the screen now. So, oh, that's the reason why I had it on full screen. Because, right, I couldn't get in an aspect ratio. That's what it was. I forgot. Okay, that's the reason why I had it on, that's good. That's the reason why I had it on full screen. Okay. Music does slow down and fast forwards. Yep. Hey, I said go back to using full screen, please. Yeah, full screen. There we go. That's back at full screen. Now I just need to adjust it again. Oh, I mean, okay. Regardless. Also, now that we're here, we know that they're poisoned, so I can go ahead and cure their poison. Max poisoned. 10 points. Oh, 0 subscriptions and 0 sub points. Interesting. I now have a new thing added to my Twitch thing. Did I grab the Domingo Egg? I don't remember. Oh, I did not grab the Domingo Egg yet. Good to know. Quick save. I need to remember to quick save more often. By the way, fun little trick. You know how there's like the down and left hallway here? If you hold both down and left, your character will do this. He will keep walking in a certain direction until he hits a wall, and then will automatically try to walk in the other direction. That's a neat little trick for faster movement. So if you do, for example, this. You can just do that, and just hold down 2 buttons, and he'll do that entire walking by himself. Until he hits a wall. Until he hits a wall, then he'll just alternate. So that's a little neat trick I learned as a kid. Oh, I missed the door. Here, let's watch them summon a demon from their darkest nightmares. Blah blah blah. Oh no! Summon demon from my darkest nightmares. Oh no, they accidentally summoned their significant other, which is evidently a demon, from their darkest nightmares. And now she's dragging them away. I wanted to do that one again, but I was just going to do the Cliff Notes version. Yeah. Talk to Henry. Now I can actually show you the dialogue for when you become the chicken. Talk to Henry. in the second time. Now we become a chicken. Yep. Become a chicken. Too bad we cannot go into battle as it said chicken. That'd be nice. Oh, Max, it's nice of you to try to cheer me up, but I'm not fond of hens. Little do you know, this is Max that you're talking to. What's up, hen? Let's go back to normal. Actually, can I just leave like this? I just realized, can I leave like this? What happens if I try to leave the map? Oh, I become normal again? Boo! Okay, so I turn back to normal if I leave the map as a hen. Good to know. I'm sad. I wanted to go explore the other town as a chicken. Why can't the chicken fight? A hamster can fight. No. That's Jogurt. That's a joke character. This is different. He's not meant to make sense. By the way, Henry joins the Shining Force with the sad music playing. Do you have anything different? So we're going to be able to recruit Arthur, but not right now. He's not willing to be recruited right now. We'll come back to him, I believe. We'll try after the Cavern of Darkness, but I don't remember if that's what's required. Seek the Orb of Light in the Cavern of Darkness. Go now, before I get annoyed at you. Okay. Also, my foot just fell asleep. Not time to deal with the tinglies in my foot. While I'm doing this. Behold! Behold, the dreaded Cavern of Darkness. Yes, we heard you before. I know, I just wanted to remind you. Do 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 do. Whoa, excuse me. I've had quite a few bananas today because I've taken quite a few breaks today, mostly just because of the bathroom. You go through a lot of water when you ramble on to yourself for 6 hours. The fun fact, there is actually a full spear sprite underneath that, behind the horse there. Fuck, behind the centaur. It's not a horse, it's a centaur. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Burn you down. Do do do. Is there any technical details about this game you'd want to know about, Surtur? It's just because there's a few things I can answer given the fact that I've actually cracked open the code of this game and with the Shining Force 1 editor, and I've actually made a few ROM hacks in this game. Well, okay, I won't say I've made a few ROM hacks. I made one that I just personally use, so... And I messed around a bunch in the game to do a bunch of things. So I'm just curious if there's anything that you guys want to know. But give me something to talk about. The reason why my last trip to go get snacks and a drink was a lot longer than usual was because my dad and I got into a conversation because he heard a reference to a Warhammer 40k Civilization style game, a 4X. And that piqued his interest, and he wanted to tell me about it because of the fact that it's a PC game, and he knows I like Warhammer 40k quite a bit. I'm like, that sounds pretty cool. I wouldn't mind adding it to my list of games to eventually buy at some point. And then I started telling him about the fact that right now, instead of that, I'm prioritizing instead. Currently, my priority for spending money is buying books on Roll20 for D&D books. Because if I buy the D&D books on Roll20, then I can actually drag and drop assets directly from that into the campaign, which is really nice for you to be able to like drag and drop monsters directly into the campaign, for example. It would be really nice, and it would also help players quite a bit. And if I can get like pro in, if I can get the pro membership in Roll20, it just basically the reason why I'm more focusing on that instead of like video games or anything is just because this is with my free money, by the way, not counting bills. This is with my money that isn't bills. But anyway, I do have my bills covered. But the reason why I want to do that one over anything more personal is because that way it's not just helping me, it's also helping the entire D&D group that I will be GMing for, and any future GMing thing that I do on Roll20. You know, it basically, it's kind of paying it forward, but it's also not only helping me, but helping the 6 other people involved in the campaign, as well as overall helping my streaming ability. Because I will be streaming that campaign. So it will also help my streaming and help my audiences who watch my content. So I'm putting my money towards that instead of something just for personal interest because it helps a lot more people, in addition to helping myself. Oh, come on, I healed the poison. What are you talking about? I guess I forgot to do that. Also, I forgot to equip the lance there. Okay. Anyway, I just saw Surtur post a bunch of stuff, so let me scroll up and start reading that as Gore takes their turn. Saying my dad talked about Miami, but a curfew... talked about how Miami put a curfew up because of too many shootings. I found it odd since I find it unlikely the shooting has caused more deaths than COVID. And that's why the dishwasher stuff happened for a bit longer. Ah, okay. I'm not even going to touch that subject because that's the type of stuff I don't like bringing up on this channel. Which, no problem there for you, you know. I don't mind. It's just, I'm not going to discuss that any further. We can discuss that privately if you want to discuss that. I won't discuss it here. It's because it's kind of a controversial topic. Either way. So, yeah, that's currently my high priority right now, is to get certain books on Roll20. In particular, I'm looking at the Monster Manual, Volo's Guide to Monsters, and Morton Kamen's Tome of Foes. Those are the three that I want to get right now. Just that way I have a lot of creatures I can actually drag out for people to do. But I'm also looking at Xanathar's Guide to Everything, and the Player's Handbook, Xanathar's Guide to Everything, Dungeon Master's Guide, as well as Toxic Cauldron and everything, as other books that I'm looking to get. Because I don't own those books on Roll20. And the reason why I specifically have to own them on Roll20 in this case is because that way I can drag and drop the monsters and stuff directly from those books. The monsters, creatures, and stuff directly from those books. Because, for example, it's a difference between, like, oh, hey, I can manually punch in the stats for a given creature and manually find an image for it and blah, blah, blah. Or I can manually load a map of a certain campaign into the thing and do that, all this sort of stuff. But if I just buy it on Roll20, all of that's automatically done for me. So I just get it all immediately by now. So basically, you get a lot more bang for your buck if you just buy it on Roll20, because you get all of the stuff done automatically for you. You just need to drag it into the campaign and you're good to go. Which is the reason why I'm looking for the books, because of the fact that, you know, that's really cool. That way I can just drag it in. But I don't really have a steady source of income right now because of COVID causing our, because of just business not being very good. I mean, COVID's partly because of that, but just in general, our business is not doing very well right now, which is my dad's personal business. And I don't mean that as in, oh, it's our business, don't worry about it, but I mean as in literally he has a personal business that he runs, and I am one of the workers in it, and it's not going super well. We don't really have that many customers right now. But that being said, we do have sources of income. It's just, it's slow. There's nothing I can do to get quick income. Which is admittedly a small motivation as well to stream. Is hopefully at some point I can start making money off of it and use that as a source of income to not only get these books, but also to help my family. Honestly, for decisions towns took, there's probably someone in the server with political channels I'm in with a good explanation. To put it very simply, basically the reason why that happens is because shootings feel very real to people, and it feels more like a real and grounded danger than a disease is. If more people can, like, conceptualize in their head why a shooting is dangerous rather than why a disease is dangerous, and basically, like, you know, more people can conceptualize in their head of, oh, there's shooting outside, I need to stay inside, rather than, oh, there's potentially a disease anywhere that I am, I guess I need to stay inside to help stop the spread, but I can't see it at all. Whereas with a shooting, you see it directly. Especially if it's in your neighborhood. It's there, it's in your face, you see it. You know, that's basically the reason why there's a difference there. Despite the fact that one does a lot worse, is because one feels, quote-unquote, a lot more real. Even though they're both real. That's from my explanation. That's from my understanding of it, and that's the way I can do it as PG as possible of an explanation. That's as reasonable of an explanation of it as I can give. I'm saying that to say I could go elsewhere, but you explain it anyways. Yeah, because I was like, you know what? It gives me something to talk about, and I figured out a way I could explain it without it going into a political topic, because I didn't want to bring up politics. But that was the best way I could think of to explain it that doesn't involve politics. And the only reason why I'm able to do stuff like that is because I'm so used to being around you and having to know. Okay, I'm not going to say it that way because it makes it sound really bad, but I will say I get plenty of practice around you in terms of figuring out how to explain something in a way that is delicate and non-political. Because you ask these sorts of questions all the time, which I appreciate because you ask the questions no one else does. But it just it provides mental challenges for me. You know, I actually have to like think for a moment and be like, okay, how would I actually explain this? It keeps my brain from just rotting to mush. But sometimes it's a bit hot for a stream or YouTube. Sometimes, yes. Especially if it's directly related to politics. Yeah. Oh god. Because politics is always a hot button issue. Since, I mean, I'm still unsure what counts as politics or not when it doesn't directly involve a government town hall or elections. Part of it is also topics that are being discussed by politicians. That also is usually lumped into politics. I'm gonna move you out of there just so you don't heal yourself with a healing beam. Huh, I always saw COVID as a health topic and not as a political one, but I guess it can be both. It is both, yes. It is both a health topic and a political one, because it was talked about by a lot of politicians and governments, which means that, in a way, it's directly related to politicians and governments, even though it's a health problem, but because it was being discussed so much, it's what's called a quote-unquote hot-button issue, where it's something that everyone is talking about right now. So, yeah. Also, anything having to do with laws or changing laws also is political, almost always, but not, I say almost always, because it's exception to the rule, of course, but I don't know what that is. Also, my dad is cooking meatballs in the other room, and I can smell it from here, and it's making me excited, but also hungry. All I've eaten today is... Well, actually, granted, I did have breakfast. Okay, what I've eaten today is just top ramen and 3 bananas. That's it. Yeah. Hopefully this gives you more of an idea now, Surtur, of why so many things are deemed quote-unquote political. Even when it seems like they don't involve politics, it's mainly because politicians are the ones discussing it in a lot of cases. And in a lot of people's brains, if a politician is discussing it, then it's political. Even though correlation is not causation, but for a lot of people, that's a moot point. For some reason. Again, I'm not going to share my own personal opinions on this matter. Because, well, I just don't want to. I'm just explaining it plainly and bluntly, which is the way I usually do. Can you finally heal the poison from Max's body? Because I keep forgetting to do that. Thank you. There we go. That way it's not just a constant drain on HP. Oh, I never saw it as that. I guess that's why I ended up talking politics without really thinking it was. That's the amount of times I'm talking about laws. Yeah, no. Laws are almost always political. Because, guess what? Political people are the ones that actually make and write the rules in a lot of cases. It's not the lawyers themselves that are writing the rules, it's the political people. The lawyers are the ones enforcing the rules and interpreting the rules. You know, to basically think of it like politicians are more acting as administrators, whereas lawyers are more acting as moderators, is the way I like to describe it as like a difference. Also, I didn't mean to attack with a spear, but it did enough damage anyway that it didn't matter, and we leveled up. The maximum extent the judges and lawyers can do about laws is to say, I can't enforce that. It's not constitutional. Right. And that's actually where the Supreme Court comes in, because the Supreme Court is kind of a pseudo combination of judges and judges and politicians, but they aren't really politicians in the same extent. But they do have a lot more power than a typical judge, and in their case, if they judge something to be unconstitutional or to work a certain way, it then sets a precedent for that thing going forward until they make a ruling otherwise, in which case that new ruling is now the new precedent. This is why lawyers will often dig up cases from like dozens of years ago and stuff for specific Supreme Court rulings and use those as examples for current cases. Like, for example, yeah, the situation seems like this, but back in like 1973, we ruled it this way, and this is now the precedent. So in this case, we have to rule it this way because we did back then, and now this is the precedent. You know, that sort of stuff. That's the type of stuff that Supreme Courts can do. But, for example, if a law just gets completely removed, there's nothing Supreme Courts can do about that. Any of those precedents that they set up for said law are no longer valid because the law's gone. You know. Now, they could argue that the removal of that law is unconstitutional, but that would be kind of hard to argue, depending on the law. Again, this is all hypotheticals I'm talking about there. But, yeah. And I just lost a viewer evidently from all that. Whoops. But I'm now down to 2 viewers. What was it? 3 for a good long time then. That's okay then. And we went to politics. Whoops. Yeah, sadly. And I probably didn't lose a viewer because of it, but it did suspiciously go down from 3 to 2, so that means that either Raffle left, Lemur stopped lurking, or... Well, those are the only two options. Either Raffle left or Lemur stopped lurking. One of two. Which, to be fair, Raffle did say that they had a bunch of back-to-back meetings, so if they left, it might have been because of that and not because of what we were talking about. It might have just been because they have a bunch of back-to-back meetings. But still. Man, those meatballs are smelling good in the other room. Man, getting very hungry now. What time is it? 4 hours and 14 minutes into the stream. Also, anyone on YouTube who got uncomfortable by the political talk, apologies. If you want to know my actual opinion on some things, go ahead and join the Discord and PM me a message, and I'll go ahead and reply the moment I can. I respond to pretty much every DM. Pretty much every direct message sent to me. So, want my response? There you go. Wow, everyone's leveling up today. Medical herb. Why he didn't attack there, I don't know, but whatever. Court used the Bread of Life, maximum HP increased by 1. I know one of the things I did in the ROM hack was I expanded the amount of stuff available in stores. And one of the specifically things I allowed was you to buy rings, and you could buy stat-up items. Which is an interesting little thing that I did. I might show off my ROM hack in this game at some point. It's not very impressive. I mainly just change item stats, I rebalance a few things, and it makes stores a lot more available in terms of, like, the actual items in the store. And I also do, I also tweak monster stats and stuff to make them a lot harder and make the game considerably more difficult, because the game is not that hard. So I just basically added a lot more difficulty to the game. For example, would you like to know what my gimmick for the Cavern of Darkness is, Surtur? In my own personal ROM hack of the game. Every enemy in the Cavern of Darkness, except for this skeleton, is a mage with one of the different types of magic. So all of them are mages with, like, up to level 3 in the different type of elemental magic. So one of them is like Fire 3, and then there's Bolt 3, and then there's Freeze 3, and then there's Sleep 3, and etc. You just have all the different types of magical effects just being cast on you. And that's the entire gimmick of that particular thing. It's just, you need to deal with a stupid amount of magic casters, and there's nothing you can do about it other than just get through it. And yeah, magic casters are frail, but there's also the whole fact you have to consider of, you know, they also could do lots of damage out of them. Anywho, pass the power ring to max. Go ahead and equip that. Pass one of these medical herbs over to May. Let's pass the Domingo Egg over to Ong. There we go. Okay, I have to burst through 3 different doors to get in there. We're already here, Nova. And we're down to 1 viewer. So it's literally just you and me, Surtur. Unless Surtur left too. Then yeah, you're my 1 viewer currently, because everyone else left. Oh. Yeah, on my end it says 1. It says 1 viewer. I think it was Lemur who left because he was going to bed. Also, if you ever see me randomly pause in the middle of a battle or like take a while to do a turn, that's because I'm responding to my wife who is messaging me. So, and she takes priority over the stream, in my opinion. Oh yeah, he lives in Japan, right? It's probably in the middle of the night for him. He does. Yes, he does. And it's like 2 in the morning for him. What's your opinion on the music in this game, by the way, from what you've heard? Just curious. There's something to talk about. Are those chests still looted? Okay, the chests remain looted. Cool, so I can ignore them now. Didn't know if they did or not. One damage. Okay. Yeah, that's a tanky zombie. Oh god. Blaze 2. Ow. Ow. It's nice, although a bit loopy because the overworld resets from the start when the battle appears. Yeah, it does. That's a good way to describe it. Loopy. A bit loopy. And also, we never really hear much of the battle theme. It's a big old long thing. Yes. It's about the battle theme is like 2 minutes long, if I want to say, if I remember correctly. No, next time I enter a battle, I'll let it sit there if we actually manage to level up. Because I can only let it go so long if I don't level up, but if I do. Listen. And that's where it looped. It just looped right there. It loops that second part when you do it, but yeah. Right. Here's what the full version of this one is, by the way. And that's where it loops. So yeah, that's the full version of those songs. And I guess I'll do that from now on. Whenever there's a new song, I'll just let the full version of it play out if I can. Because I love the music in this game. But then again, I grew up with it. That's part of the reason why. Imagine Metal Gear Rising, but every time the boss loses 10% HP, the boss theme resets. Yeah, be fair. I liked how the last battle of Chapter 1 actually had a unique theme. That was cool. Wait, aren't you hurt, Kong? Yeah, you are. Also, by the way, if you want to see the only indicator for someone being poisoned, it's that little symbol on the top right, which you can only see on this screen. That's it. That's the only way that you can actually see that someone is poisoned, is on this screen in the top right, that tiny little icon. And it's like, I almost never look at these screens. Can I even see through the chat? No, the chat is not see-through. If I drag the chat away, you can see it easier now. It's that little, alchemical glass thing in the top right. I'm gonna drag it back now. So yeah, that very tiny little thing, that's the only indicator you actually get as to, oh hey, someone is poisoned. You know. Also, I guess I'll go ahead and move the chat back to the top left. I just moved it because it was covering up portraits, but I like it on the top left. Well, also, I need to move it a little bit down, I just realized. Because that way you can still see quick save and quick load. One point, wow. Is it just like a stronger zombie or something? Why is that zombie taking so little? No, it's not. I mean, maybe. Bork does hit like a truck, so it might be, for all I know. Anyway, by the way, the power ring actually has a specific use. Items have specific use. The rings each have a specific thing that they can do when you use them. If I move you away so that you won't get hit by them again, let's move you over here. And watch, I'm going to target Gort with the power ring. And this is what's going to happen. Max uses the power ring. Gort's offense increases by 15. So I just basically casted Boost 1 on Gort, which is a spell called Boost, which increases strength by 15. So yes. Detox gong, please. So yeah, basically, each ring has their own uses. I'll show you what the speed ring does after we get a little bit far. Actually, next time I get access to Gourds and that buff wears off, I'll show you what the speed ring does. Not until then. So both the buff wearing off and us getting access to Gourd. It is important to note that while the buff lasts a random amount of turns, its duration only goes down every time that person takes a turn. So every time Gork takes a turn, it goes down by 1. Which doesn't really matter for offensive, but for defensive buffs, that means that the less turns someone makes, the more mileage you can get out of the defensive buff. So having slow people isn't always a bad thing, because if they're slow, they take less turns, and that also means that they get less turns, but that means that if they have a defensive buff, they get it for longer. That's interesting. Anyway, burninating him. Yay, used for slow people, indeed. I was trying to think of I couldn't think of the lyrics for that one song. That sounds weird. Yeah, that does sound weird. Okay, I'm gonna quick save because my TV just turned off and this might make the game crash. I think we're still good. Are we still live? Is everything still running? Did everything crash and burn? Is my streaming career over? No, I think we're good. Yay. We should be back to normal now. We're still live. We're doing it live. Who's hurt? Hans. Hans was hurt pretty bad. Is the screen frozen or is the screen normal? Because I know before with like dust, it would randomly freeze the screen when that happens. Okay, cool. I'm just making sure that the screen was normal, because with dust, the thing was that the screen was frozen, but I couldn't see it on my end in the preview. So I only had you to go off of, and then when someone else mentioned it, I was like, oh, this is actually a thing. And then when I looked at the recording back, I saw on the recording that, yeah, the screen was just frozen for a long time. It was like, oh. Okay. Yeah, dust got frozen. That was weird. Yeah, and it happened to happen in a snowy kingdom, too. It's almost like he was just trying to start a pun or something. Being frozen in a snowy kingdom. Ah, come. You left them with 1 HP? Really? I'll go ahead and show you what the speed ring does. So the speed ring does this. Egress. Using the speed ring is the same thing as using egress. So it resets the battle, basically. Yes, Nova, we get it. This is the 3rd time that we were here. The game really doesn't expect you to keep replaying this battle over and over. Oh, wow, that is some speed indeed. Yep, so speedy that you got right out of there. Oh, hey, we leveled up, so I have to repeat the battle again. So, I do want to mention that there is the speed ring and the mobility ring. The difference between the two is... Also, why am I only hitting for 1 damage now on these guys? Anyway, the difference between the two is that the speed ring increases your agility stat, whereas the mobility ring directly increases your move stat. If you notice, there's move and agility. The difference is agility is the amount of turns that you often get to take, whereas move is your raw movement stat. Like how far can you move on a turn? So one gives you more turns, and the other one lets you move farther on your turns. That's the difference between the two rings. And you cannot wear more than one ring at a time on a character, unfortunately. Maxine's 1 experience point. And plenty of capacity in today. Okay, well, I just noticed this. Sorry, I was kind of spacing out there for a second because, I'm tired. Yeah, I was just kind of zoning out there, but I just noticed I can hit 3 enemies, so I'll do that. Itchy, itchy, itchy. Smack you in the face. And dead. Oh, you learned heal too, so now you have a longer range heal. Cool. You can actually heal at range now. That's good. That's nifty. I'm glad that's a thing now. Hey! Blaze 2 on Tau. And low. That's a lot of damage. Now that's a lot of damage. Well, Pal's dead. I guess we're restarting the battle because of that. Kill the Dark Mage. Yay. Stab you in the face. Stab, stab, stab. Is 311. Really? It's 311. Oh, I guess that kind of does make sense, yeah. This game's a lot of fun. I'm enjoying it. Sorry if I don't seem like super invested, super chipper and gushing and stuff, but that's partly because not many people here, but that's also partly because I'm just really tired. I didn't really sleep well last night. And I'm kind of tempted to take a nap. And, yeah, you know what? I think I'm going to take a nap, if that's okay. Is that fine with you, Cerner? If I end the stream early and end up taking a nap? We'll still go raid somebody, but, also, Ken just got put to sleep. Sure, go take a rest if you're tired. I am tired, and I'd like to take a 3-hour nap before dinner, because I'm tired, that's why. Yeah. But let me wrap things up here, and go ahead and egress out, because I'd like to egress back to a town. Luke leveled up. Heal yourself? Yeah. Heal yourself. Stab. The reason why he did 22 damage is because of that boost spell, which just wore off. That's confirming, by the way, that it was basically just casting the boost spell from the ring. Okay, egress. Poisons, this. Quick save. Normal save. Shall I make a record so far? Yes. Will you continue your journey? No. Yes, you should rest before Yes, you should rest before continuing. Remember, a tired warrior is soon a dead one. Done for now? That's okay. Get a lot of rest. I'll see you soon. Don't stay away too long, though. We do need you to lead the Shining Force. This is the intermission screen, by the way, if you never knew. There's no proper way to quit out of this game, and the reason why is because this is back in the era of if you want to turn off the game, you just turn off the power button. This is back before the era of, like, oh, hey, you quit out of a game and go back to the main home console. This doesn't have any. Hey, Pac-Man Stoner. I was actually about to sign off for now. We can go raid somebody else, though, but I'm tired and I'm about to take a nap soon. Sorry, and happened to come right at the end. And I believe the game just crashed. Yes, it did. Yep, game crashed. Okay, that's fine. I saved it. I used a quick save and stuff. Okay, so now that that's closed, let me close out Steam fully. And close this as well. Ah, okay. Well, thank you, YouTube, for everyone who's watching. This is Bugboy1014 signing out, and I'll see y'all next time. Bye.